write all of these songs for y'all for 30 years. I'm just trying to relax in the blessing, you know what I'm saying? I don't take this for granted, man. I am very thankful for the gift God has given me, man. And for y'all to fight for me all these years, keeping my shit alive, man. Fuck that! Stupid ass shit!
They didn't tell us that if you give up the man, you're going to take one of these things and it's worse and it will destroy your nation. They didn't give us that information. They made us think that it was some kind of glorified position to brag about the fact that I got my own job, my own credit card, my own car, so I don't need no man. I don't even know how we got that mixed up. Ain't none of that got nothing to do with being with no man. We have some serious relationship problems that nobody has been able to address us on because everybody wants to pretend that this is not going on. Over 60% of our women are single, widowed, separated, or divorced. They don't have a man. I just came out of Florida and they got a housing complex that the Urban League built, which is a black organization that is for women and children only. They say they don't allow any men in there. I didn't have time to deal with it, but I talked about them real bad. That's the silliest program I've ever heard of. You know them women that had men if they got a bunch of children. They need fathers. They need protection. We hear about the drug problem that we have in our projects across the country. It's one of the major places that we have a drug problem. We talk about the great strength that we have as black women. Well, the welfare department don't rent government apartments to single black men. Those apartments belong to black women. They did not tell us that all of that, being my own person and I'm independent, would lead to separation, loneliness, celibacy, and lesbianism. They didn't tell us that if you give up the man, you're going to take one. They didn't tell us that if
judge handing it to you, and then you're going to bill the taxpayers a bunch of shitload of money. You suck. You suck then, you suck now. You will forever suck. So the reason you can't get work outside of your connections is because you suck. You're not smart. You never were. You got gifts as a prosecutor because the system is rigged in your favor. So all those years that you won because 90% of the time there was a judge who was already predisposed to rule against the defendant and in your favor. And in the process, you came to believe that you were good, that you were smart, that you knew what you were doing. Then you get out into the mean, bad world of the capital marketplace. And there, you can't get a fucking client without some judge handing it to you. And then you're going to bill the taxpayers a bunch of shitload of money. You suck. You suck then, you suck now. You will forever suck.
Purses that cost more than cars. They may not be the couple or type of relationship that you would endorse, but they aren't married, so it wasn't polygamy. They weren't breaking any laws. They all bought into it. They were consenting adults. And he also went in on these Jane Does. He first said that Kelly always asked any women that he was around, and we did hear that through testimony, how old they were when meeting him. And he says that Kelly vehemently denies having sex with Jane Doe number 4, called her a stalker, a groupie extraordinaire. And he said that Jane Doe number 5, who is someone who has accused the defendant of getting with her when she was 17 years old, says that she had no skills and that living with Kelly was the best type of living that she ever had. And he also questioned Jane Doe number 3, the one who testified that Kelly kept her in a dark room for days, that her rape claims were unfounded because there was no police report or a rape kit. A lot of allegations, but it was clear that he knows this case very well, despite being someone who came into this case later in the prosecution and the continuing of this case. But I think a very compelling job from the defense when you compare the two closing arguments.
I'll start with you, your reaction to what we heard from the jury today in that note.
You know, I don't know why the jury is taking so long to render a verdict in this case. You know, you got to be clear on what Rkelly is being charged with. He's not being charged with statutory rape. Everyone says, oh, he's having sex with young girls or underage girls. He's not being charged with statutory rape. He's not being charged with forceful rape. He's being charged with racketeering, which says that the only reason he has a music career, not because he likes music, the only reason he makes albums and tours is to entice women to have sex with them. That is what a criminal organization is, and it has to be the sole purpose. And he's also charged with violations of the Mann Act. The Mann Act was a group of legislation from 1911 or 10 that was used to prosecute black men for dating white women. One of the famous people who was prosecuted for that was Jack Johnson, the first black heavyweight champion in the world, for having a white girlfriend and driving her across state lines that he was convicted of. And now they've resurrected the Mann Act and are charging Rkelly with it. So I know people think, yes, he's been with underage women. He may have even drugged them and raped them, but he's not being charged with any of those crimes. He's not being charged with rape of an intoxicated person. He's being charged with racketeering, running a criminal organization. The basis for his music career and his touring was to entice women to have sex with him. And that is an easy question for a jury to answer. There's no evidence that that is the sole reason that he does music. You know, I mean, we didn't indict Hugh Hefner to say that the sole reason he ran the Playboy Mansion was to entice women to have sex with him. So I really think this is a witch hunt.
You know what? But I think that was the reason Hugh Hefner set that whole thing up. Bernarda Villalona, your thoughts about the note sent out by the jury?
So it was a note that I expected. I just didn't expect it so quick. I'm glad, actually, that the exhibits weren't sent back to the jury as soon as they started deliberating, because that note gave us some insight as to what they're focusing on now at the beginning of their deliberations, and that being Sonia's testimony, Jane Doe number 3, as well as that letter about Jane Doe number 5. Specifically about that letter, what insight it gives us is that the jury has some pause about the credibility about Jane Doe number 5 as to, did this really happen? You did send a letter that, well, not sent a letter, but you wrote a letter that he treats you with the utmost respect, that there's nothing going on here. And it goes to the theme that the defense had, that, look, these ladies here, you heard of the show Surviving Rkelly, but instead what you have here is surviving off of Rkelly, and that this case is full of lies, full of greed, people that want to make money off of Rkelly, but that none of this is true. There was some consensual relations. You may think that it's not normal. It may not be your cup of tea, may be too kinky for you, but guess what? That's just how Rkelly got down, and that's how these ladies wanted to get down with them. So I like the note just for us, for our curiosity, to give us something to think about over the weekend. But you can tell that this jury is looking at both the prosecution's case as well as the cross-examination by defense counsel and their closing arguments.
Then a full investigation is done, and then you don't disclose it to me, or they'll let me know what happened. I mean, John Lounge Jr. made an announcement in the papers, the Sun Times, agreeing that BOP officer A, which is what he called her, illegally, accessed my records, my email, my phone calls. Not only that, she did it 153 times within a 6-month period back in 2019. This is when all my stuff was being leaked. This is when my girlfriend came to the visit me, and she was very pissed off at me because she said she had read my emails to somebody else. She said she knew about me putting money behind the couch and all of this stuff. She was very, very mad. It embarrassed me. down there in the visiting room.
Wow.
But anyway, she left, and that was the last I seen of her. And the next thing you know, she turned on me.
And that's how their relationship ended. Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying, and that's how that relationship ended. Okay.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah. And it was out of nowhere because she was actually visiting me for those 6 months I had been incarcerated. And sending letters, pictures, and, you know, the whole nine, and love and the whole nine. Emails, beautiful emails and the whole nine. But out of nowhere, it just like water turned off. And it was like weird. And I had known her for almost 5 years. So, you know, and then here it is, 2021, I found out about the BOP situation, and I started finding out this, that, and the other. Next thing you know, there's a search warrant. And it showed, I was like, no wonder she was mad at me that day. No wonder she knew how, what I said on emails to my other girl. No wonder she knew money was behind the couch. No wonder she heard my conversation between my attorney. And I heard you tell your attorney that you're not leaving her for me and this, that, and the other. I mean, it was a lot of stuff going on in that visit. I'm like, well, in the back of my head, I'm like, how the hell she know all this stuff?
You didn't even know how to answer that. It was coming at you so fast.
No, and I didn't want to argue. I was in the visiting room.
Yeah.
You know, I was trying to keep everything calm, but now I know.
Yeah.
This BOP disciplinary hearing officer gave all our information to Tashak. Tashak said it out of her own mouth boldly on her whining down with Tashak that I shared it with government witness.
Does this
So it doesn't really matter if she found the information on a porch, got it out of her back pocket, found it on the streets. She knew damn well she wasn't supposed to share it. That restricted information with government witness. She could have said to herself, you know what? This is a high-profile case. I got this information, but I'm not going to share this because that would be witness tampering. I'm not going to do that. No, I'm not going to do that. Whether she got it for free, bought it, it doesn't matter. I just don't want her to be trying to spin people and get their minds off of what really matters. What matters is you shared it. And there's a search warrant that talks about it. You even talked about it.
defense team prepare now? And will you be joining? We also know that you requested to be removed from the case, you and attorney Steve Greenberg.
Well, we won't be joining, but keep in mind, up until a couple weeks ago, you know, you keep characterizing them as a new defense team, but Mr. Farinella, Ms. Blank-Becker, they've been involved for more than a year, maybe a year and a half. So they were participants in all the FaceTime calls 3 times a week with Mr. Kelly, and they had the opportunity, if they wanted to go meet with him in person in Chicago. So they're really not new to the case at all. They've been with the case, you know, since really almost its inception. The only new person is the trial lawyer that the 2 remaining lawyers brought in a trial lawyer because, as we've talked about, they just don't have federal criminal trial experience at all. So they brought in Mr. Comdeic to essentially try the case. So we won't be joining that team. And, you know, I think next week when the judge finishes what we talked about a couple times, this Curcio hearing, then she will allow our motion to withdraw. But as we talked about previously, it's a procedural step. She can't let us out until she vets with Mr. Kelly in court to his face whatever conflicts might exist with Ms. Blank-Becker, and also give his court-appointed counsel from New York the chance to meet with Mr. Kelly in person and explain those potential conflicts to him, which I understand that meeting is taking place today.
Now, you mentioned if a jail, was recording. Let me start over. Mr. Kelly assumed, or he felt, that someone was listening to his conversations. Now with the judge saying that they can essentially meet every single day. Do you think that will happen? And does it still run the risk of him not feeling comfortable being open and honest, and better yet, transparent with his legal team while still meeting in jail?
Well, just keep in mind, it wasn't Mr. Kelly that thought his meetings or calls were being recorded. I mean, I was on dozens of those calls, right? And I also met with him in person. I had no belief ever that they were being recorded. Okay, what happened was an investigator from suburban New York went to the jail. He had never been to the MCC Chicago in his whole life, and that was in like May, right? And he saw there was like kind of a box on the wall in the attorney meeting room, which in days of yesteryear, they used that to have cameras so that, you know, people could appear in court by video, and they don't use that anymore. There's no cameras in those boxes, right? But the investigator, who was unfamiliar with the facility, assumed that, oh, wow, you know, maybe they have the capacity to tape us, which they don't, and they would never do, because it would be incredibly stupid. It would be the quickest means to get a case dismissed in federal court that you can possibly imagine, and all the guards at the jail would get federally prosecuted. So there's no concern that he was being taped in Chicago, and obviously all four of the attorneys were involved in all those FaceTime calls. There was no taping going on, and it wasn't really Mr. Kelly that brought the concern forward. It was that investigator who was just unfamiliar with the workings of Chicago MCC. Likewise, now Mr. Kelly is in the MCC in New York, in Brooklyn. There's no possibility that they're going to try to tape his meetings with the lawyers. That will never happen. And again, if it did, the attorneys will probably welcome it because they get the case dismissed immediately. So there's no concern there. And the good thing is Mr. Comdeic, the new trial lawyer, will have the chance, if he wants, to meet with Rkelly, you know, every day of the week, including Saturday or Sunday, 8 hours a day. But, you know, realistically, of course, he's not going to spend all his time doing that. When you're preparing for trial, you're going to be keenly focused on, you know, developing your cross-examinations and getting ready for trial in that respect. But it is good that the judge is entering an order requiring that facility in Brooklyn to give them essentially unfettered access to Mr. Kelly. But remember, the other two attorneys have had that kind of access for a year, but it's important for Mr. Comdeic, who's really going to try the case, to have that access to get the relationship with Robert Kelly going, to understand Robert's insight into all these witnesses who are going to testify against him. So it's extremely important that Mr. Comdeic have that time with Rkelly, and it'll be quite useful.
Attorney Leonard, yes or no? We know you're going to be removed from this case, but he has other cases as well. Will you be representing him in those cases?
That's something we're still talking about. So we don't have a decision on that. We're taking that under advisement, and we're not worried about that right now. The biggest thing for Robert is this case in New York, which is a winnable case. It's based upon a strange legal theory that doesn't fit Rkelly's band, which is called the RICO statute. So this should be the focus. This case.
Good morning, y'all. Good morning. Hey, lovely T. Yum Malata. Yamaluta. Yes, this is live. Hey, Thelma. Hey, Shannon. So, I wanted to speak on a couple things regarding Robert and Bruce Kelly did another interview with the same guy who recently did an interview with the guy who was locked up with Robert that I did an interview with. What's his name? Ronnie Bow. This guy has like over, I think, like 100,000 subscribers. So he did an interview with Ronnie Bow, and then I'm guessing he got in touch with Bruce Kelly after that, because the Ronnie Bow interview that he did, I believe he got over like 100,000 views. So what I'm noticing is a lot of bloggers, content creators, whatever y'all want to call them, they're starting to get back into the R. Kelly conversation, because R. Kelly's been coming up because of Diddy. And if y'all didn't know, a few, I guess you can call them, I won't say journalists, but I'll say a couple YouTube platforms that have websites that they report on different stories. They have reported on multiple articles speaking about the audio that got leaked by Wack 100 talking to Robert, and Robert spoke on the Diddy situation and how the court didn't allow him to enter certain evidence to prove that Azriel and her parents framed him. And also, there was also evidence that I forgot to speak about a lot of times because if y'all remember, I told y'all during the preliminary hearing, that was the day that Judge Donnelly was like, what can come in and what can't. So it was a lot of things that the prosecutors wanted to come in that she didn't let come in. It was other things that the defense wanted to bring in that she didn't let come in. It's things that the prosecutors wanted to bring in that she did let come in. It's things that the defense wanted to bring in that she did let come in. There was a lot of other things that the prosecutors was trying to bring in. Even down to them trying to say that Daryl Johnson was trying to bribe a Cook County employee in some type of text messages where he told Robert to send him some money and he was going to go talk to this person in Cook County. They was trying to bring that in. She didn't let it. They also was trying to bring in things from the 2008 trial stating that one of Robert's associates had approached a jury and told the jury that Robert was a good guy or something like that. She didn't let that come in. It was the defense wanted to bring in that multiple of the accusers were prostitutes and that they weren't victims and that they were chasing Robert and that their lifestyle is that they, chase men and have sex with them and some of them were strippers and she didn't let that come in. And she stated, "Oh, I don't want to hear about oh," and it was things about the accusers. Some of the accusers had mental health issues, and I think they were talking about Geronda, Alina Prado, Stephanie, and I think the one who at the end they brought in the one that was claiming the R word, not the one with the interview, the other one that met Lizette Martinez on Instagram. And she didn't let that come in. And then she stated, "Oh, I don't want to hear about uh their I guess them being prostitutes or strippers, that it just had to be about their relationships with Robert." Now, when I spoke about Tom arguing about the jurors and the questionnaire, I was right. He did. I had to go back and check my notes and check the transcripts. Now, when he argued about that was the same day that he argued about the Aaliyah thing and that should have been thrown out. He also argued about um the parents and Azriel and how their argument was that Azriel knew about the framing Robert and that she participated in it with her parents. The judge turned to the prosecutors and said, "Are the parents testifying?" They said, "No, Your Honor." So the judge said to the defense, "So what are you saying? Are you saying that Jane Doe number 5 knew about this and that she was setting Mr. Kelly up? So y'all basically saying that she was extorting him?" And they like, "Yes, Your Honor, that's our argument." So she was allowing that, but her whole thing about not allowing them to pressure the parents to testify, like I told y'all, is because she stated that no parents, aunts, uncles, no adult can give a minor consent to have sex. So in my mind, excuse me, y'all, I got something stuck in my throat. In my mind, I felt like that was an automatic, like it was a knockdown far as the defense argument, because if the defense argues, oh, the parents did this, they did that, they did this, Jane Doe 5 knew about it, they did this, and when you say to a juror, no adult can give a minor consent, when your argument is that the parents did give consent, the parents did participate in lying to him, Jane Doe 5 lied to him, it comes down to, okay, she's claiming the first time they had sex was in California. She flew out by herself. We seen multiple inconsistencies of the parents saying, "Oh, it was somebody always with her when she flew here to there." All that was lies. Then she stated on the stand that after the Dolphin Hotel, she never seen Mr. Kelly days after that until she flew out. That was another lie. But when your argument is the parents knew this, the parents gave her the directions again, the parent, when it comes down to California and the day that she claimed they had sex, even if you claim the parents handed her over, how can you argue with the, oh, well, the parents can't give consent for a minor to have sex? So you're pushing all the weight on R. Kelly, the man who assumed that she was of age, the man who assumed that she definitely was of age because her parents was cool with this, all the way to the point that when she turned 18, far as we know now, in December of 20, what would that been, 2020? I'm at 2016. Her mom flew out to Chicago for 2 days in February. Her brother flew out in April or May for 2 days. Then they all were at her graduation in May. And this is why Angelo pushes the lie that he didn't ask Robert about no business deal and Azriel wasn't there. It was through an email. That's a lie. Because that would show that, well, damn, y'all was all around him. He came to the graduation. She went back with him. So y'all were okay with this relationship. Y'all knew where she was at. It wasn't no, y'all didn't know where she. Why would you ask a man to go in with you on a business deal about dildos and all this other stuff? Then your wife asking him to be a driver. You asking to do the lighting at his concerts and tours. Why would you be doing all of that if it was you was only paying this man to do a song? How you gonna pay a man to do a song that you begging for a job? That proves right there you damn sure can't even take care of your daughter. You damn sure can't pay this man to do a song for your daughter when you begging him for work. And your wife begging him for work. Both of these parents. And then where he also got caught up was he knew the Mayweather sister was there and that she seen him outside at the car and they was talking to Robert. And where they really messed up at was when the sister took a picture with Robert with her son. That placed him at that graduation. Why would this man be at her graduation if it was all about him showing her how tour go and concerts? And he's hugged up with her sister, smiling in the picture. That showed that the Mayweather story of them outside talking at the car, outside of IHOP, Robert was there. She went back with Robert. So in the courtroom, I thought at the beginning, I'm like, okay, she a fair judge. There's a lot of stuff that the prosecutors wanted to come in. She didn't let come in. Things that the defense wanted to come. So I thought she was being fair, but what I learned was it's procedures in court. You can't just put anything in. But in our opinion, and I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all agree, it still seems like um it's not fair. Because come on now, evidence that can clearly show that this man is innocent, that would be the evidence that you say can't come in. That's where it's like, all right, I understand the procedures of court and there's certain things that can come in. I understand the prosecutors got they have the burden, and so they already get 10 steps ahead because they have to prove you're guilty. You really don't have to prove anything. You just, this is their proof, right? But it seems like the more that they are allowed to let come in, it's more stacked against you. The more that they don't let you bring in, it's like it's not a fair fight. They already got the burden of proof. They have to convince the jury that you're guilty, right? So when you have to prove your innocence, which in the court and law, they claim the defendant don't even have to say anything if they don't want to. That's why a lot of people don't testify. But again, when you got evidence of things that can clearly prove your innocence, and that would be the thing that's not able to come in, it definitely doesn't seem right. So I definitely agree with that. No matter what the laws is, the procedures of the court, it's just crazy how something big of that nature and multiple things that show the inconsistencies of these females, that show their mental issues, like Alina Prado trying to blame Robert for the reason why she get an SSI check when she was getting checked since she was 15. She already had multiple issues. And for the judge to say she don't want that can't come in, and it's like, oh, we don't want to attack the victims. Why are they called victims? And this man has been proven innocent or guilty. Why are we treating them with kid gloves? These are grown women. This is a grown man who also deserves, to me, to be treated with kid gloves because, again, he's not proven guilty. So it's just a whole thing of everybody saying victims, nobody saying accusers. Multiple times the judge did say, "Stop saying girls; they are women." Um, and we all know Nicole slipped up multiple times and kept calling them girls. And I think that's just a regular statement from a lot of people because throughout this whole thing with Robert, I have heard so many people say girls. Like even to this day, um, I hear multiple people, grown people, calling the accusers in Diddy's cases girls. I hear multiple people just generally talking about women and call them girls. So I don't think that it is purposely done. Now that how I'm seeing it, I just think that that's what some people are used to saying, girls. But we got to get out of that and know the difference between a girl and a grown woman. So let me see. Did I pull it up? I mean, is it on this one? Yeah, so it's like it doesn't look like it's fair. But like I said, it's the procedures of the court. Like you can't just bring anything in. You can't just say anything. Like it's really weird. It's weird. And like I said, it does look unfair when it's like, oh well, why everything he's trying to put in can't come in. And like I said, the prosecutors have the burden, so it's like they can they get the more of the upper hand far as them bringing stuff into the court. Wait a minute, did I pull this up? And I don't know if y'all ever seen this, but this was Stephen Greenberg and Angelo. Now at the top, this is when Angelo was attacking Jennifer Bonjean when she first came on the case. And it says, Jennifer Bonjean Law Group, you tried to play my family with you and your pervert client lies. When will his truth come out about him and what he did to his own daughters? I'm sure the truth about this sicko will come out soon. I'll be here waiting for the public apology. So Greenberg responded, dude, you pimped out your own kid, taught her how to lie. What a shining example of parenting. My regret is I did not get to expose you. It had to wait till after the let's see it, it had to wait till after the injustice. This how crazy this dude is. That he literally added Jennifer Bonjean and said to her, you tried to play my family with you and your pervert client lies. When will the truth come out about what he did to his own daughter? Like, dude, just to know how much him and his wife lied, just to know how much they did, and y'all literally are walking out here with no type of consequence. Y'all literally are walking out here living your life while this man's sitting in jail when you were totally in the wrong. And then to learn everything about this man, like in incest videos, trying to have sex with Cash, everybody who he got cool with, he's beefing with, he turned against. This man was never a real father, a real advocate for no victims. This man was a walking habitual liar. And the sad thing is that so many people gravitated to him and believed him. That's how good he is as far as that. He's very manipulative and he was able to get hundreds and hundreds of people to believe him by starting a movement called Team Truth. That's why people should have knew he was a liar. Anytime that you gotta put a stamp on always talking about, oh, we all we do is talk the truth. All we do is say the truth. That's how you know he's lying. Why do you gotta keep letting people know everything you say is the truth? This is the truth. Team truth this, truth that. You don't gotta say all that when you telling the truth. But just because he did that should have gave people the red flag of he was always a liar. Every time his wife did an interview, oh yeah, because we got receipts. Yeah, we got stuff to back up everything we talk about. We should have knew, well, not us, the people who believed them all them years, that they were liars. They never provided not one receipt. What parents is not going to show up to the trial for their daughter, but they've been screaming on multiple platforms all this time? He had enough time to go on Surviving R. Kelly 3 by himself, not his wife, his daughter, by himself. But you wouldn't show up to your daughter's trial, and then while she's testifying, you on Whitney D channel saying that your daughter lying on the stand. Everything she said about y'all was a lie. But everything else she said about Robert was true. Oh, she's still lying for Robert because, she's still taking up for him. Make that make sense. She's throwing Robert under the bus, lying on him and everything in the court. How the hell was she taking up for him? That made no sense. And then he tried to go on Choke No Jokes channel to jump in front of the narrative because people actually went to court. See, he didn't think people was going to actually go to trial and see what was going to be said. We went and he didn't even go. Then he put out there, oh no, y'all got to read the prosecutor side. They just showing y'all the defense. That was a lie. Everybody that read them transcript, we read all sides, left none out. Prosecutor and defense. But he jumped in front of the narrative to try to make it seem like it was something else being said on the prosecutor side that we didn't know nothing about. to try to convince people that the things his daughter was saying about them were lies. Just like he said in Gayle King, she was lying. So when she went back on Gayle King to say, oh, I lied about everything, we knew that was a lie. Because her letters corroborate with the text messages. What she said on Gayle King's first interview corroborates with the letters in the text messages. This how dumb he was. This how I knew that him and his family never read the transcripts. That's why they should have been in court. So then the Savages working with Tasha K, Angelo and them somehow convinced Tasha K that the Savages is liars, whatever. They jump in with Tasha K to jump in front of the narrative. Because they didn't want nobody to go digging in to what they had did. They didn't want nobody to put two and two together to what they had did. So they had to walk around and defame and slander anybody who spoke up about their wrongdoing, anybody who was like, wait a minute, this don't sound right, and called them out. He always had to jump on a platform that solely believed him and his lies without doing no research. He had to go on platforms that he could run the narrative, and if you didn't let him run the narrative, he'd be cussing you out, calling you dumb, stupid, pedo lovers. Just the way how he slandered Robert every chance he got. Always talking about Robert having sex with his kids. And to see that this man was liking incest videos, to see that this man knocked his wife's teeth out, to see that this man lied about his wife having cancer, to see that this man choked Azriel out, to see that this man put his own daughter on a contract under his porn business, and because she walked out of it, he's trying to sue his daughter for $30,000. To see that Larry had to buy his daughter furniture. I mean, we could go on and on and on. This man never had a bunch of Muslims or his family during any interview, any live, standing behind him. I always knew with that, like, why do you only got strangers on social media defending you? Why isn't your family stepping up? I'm not talking about his daughter and his son. No, I'm talking about aunts, uncles, cousins, people that he so-called took care of in Baltimore. He the king of Baltimore. Where was all these people? That's how you knew that they were frauds. Nobody stood up for them but strangers. And when the strangers found out that they were frauding, they put them on blast. If you look at every accuser, none of them had family members standing beside them. It was all strangers that they met on social media. All the accusers. You didn't see a bunch of their family members in the interviews with them or their mothers. Only parents you seen was Faith Rogers. And that's because when allegedly when her mother told the prosecutors what Don Russell did, she inserted herself into the case. But you didn't see no parents, aunts and uncles, or a lot of family members showing up for these accusers. It was all strangers that just ran with taking up for them, didn't even know them, even though they can tell that it was inconsistencies and lies. Strangers on social media was the only ones backing them up. Jim Derogatis didn't even come to one court date. The man didn't even stand outside the courthouse to take up for these women. Mute Rkelly, them women ain't come to one court date. But they chose to start this whole business, a whole LLC, collected all that GoFundMe money. They didn't give them females $1, let alone come to trial. So when you sit back and look, the public, strangers, is who took up for them. People that just had it out for R. Kelly or just didn't like R. Kelly at all. But where was their family? People that knew them personally. You never seen nobody stand up for none of them females. in their stories. Oh yeah, this did happen to my cousin or aunts and uncles. Yeah, we was around when she was younger and this did happen. None of that. Not one family member went and got on camera with none of these females except for family members that was coming out in them, talking about how much they were lying. But just like Angelo, they all developed a group of people off of social media. Mute R. Kelly started a hashtag, Mute R. Kelly, and that's how they got all of these strangers to defend individuals they don't even know. They weren't there. They don't know these women personally. And not none of these women went to none of these platforms, or Angelo didn't even let his daughter get on none of these platforms to thank the people who was out here arguing with us, attacking us, ready to go to war over somebody who didn't care about them at all. At least Robert, every second he got, he was thanking his fans and supporters. He would be thanking his fans and supporters before talking about his own family. Every chance he got. And that's why they were super mad. Remember when Angelo used to come out here? Oh, that man won't even talk to y'all. He won't even give y'all the time or day. Every time that man spoke, the first thing he talked about was his fans and supporters and how much he appreciated them and was thanking them for the things that they were doing for him. Every time his lawyer spoke, the first thing they said that he said, thank you to his fans and supporters. But these women had all these strangers fighting for them, and they didn't even bless these people platforms to say thank you. That's why you never seen family members uh taking up for them, or Angelo claimed he is such Muslim. It should have been a bunch of Muslim men and women standing beside him and his wife. If they were this wholesome family, if he was this great father, a great husband, but he never was. Just like the Savages. Multiple people came out to out them and talk about how he was stealing from the job, talk about how Tim Savage been claiming to do this because he was losing a job. Ashanti McGee's husband came out to out her. People was outing them, but not where's the bunch of the family members getting on camera with them, supporting them? Where's the bunch of the family members coming to court or outside at least supporting these people? They ran with it because, like I said, like Shahada said, the prosecutor, that when the public gets in an uproar is the quickest way to start a criminal investigation. Even though you don't know if these is lies or the truth, they went off a documentary, and every female in the documentary never made a police report that takes seconds to call 911. But they took months and years to prepare for a documentary, but you couldn't pick up the phone and call the cops. And even when Lanita Carter sent the cops to Robert's studio, she claimed, oh, the cops were being mean to me. They said, oh, we know you slept with R. Kelly. We know you're not a victim. So I didn't want to work with them. So I went to Susan Logan. Nobody went to police and did a actual criminal charges. Nobody. And when the money ran out, and when the Savages started contacting people to come forward, when the Clary started contacting people to come forward, now everybody writing books because everybody who did get settlements, that money ran out. So they trying to get more money. Geronda ain't never write no book. Now all of a sudden she got a book. Ashanti McGee got a book. Lisa Van Allen got a book. Kitty Jones got a book. Lizette Martinez got a book. Even before it was time to go to court to see if this man was innocent or guilty, they put books out. to sway the jury, to sway the public. How you putting books out of all these things that you claiming took place, never called the cops, never filed criminal charges, and this man has not been found guilty in court. So that's why Tracy Sampson, who Robert was found not guilty of, I'm pretty sure Jennifer is going to spin that block and sue her because she got a whole settlement. And this man was never in court about her claims. Lisa Van Allen wrote books and got money, and he was found not guilty of her claims. Ashanti McGee wasn't in none of the trials, no charges, but she wrote a book. Lizette Martinez, same thing. She wasn't in none of the charges, wasn't in none of the trials, but wrote a book. Kitty Jones, same thing. They put out these salacious things in these books to sway the public. And a person would think, well, ain't nobody just gonna write these things if it wasn't true. Why would they just put themselves out there like that? Why would they just, you know, put themselves? Why wouldn't they? See, y'all, normal people is looking at it like, wow, that's embarrassing. Ain't nobody just gonna say nothing like that, knowing that it's embarrassing look. But for them, it's not embarrassing. This is like a trophy for them. Oh, to be called a victim? Oh, they love it. And to have Robert's name attached to them, they love it. Especially the ones who never dealt with him sexually or never had a relationship with him. Oh, they loving that he's attached to them. But it's crazy how the public will run with this when a person puts out a book before filing criminal charges. If these things were so hurtful and so damaging and so salacious, why would you not file criminal charges? You could have got restitution if the person was convicted anyway. And then, oh, he made them sign NDA. How somebody gonna make you take money? That was their choice. They wanted the money. And with getting the money under the settlement, that's the agreement. You have to sign an NDA. So if all these things happen to you, why would you take money to not tell a story? Because that's what the NDA says, that you can't speak on the case, how much money you got, the settlement, nothing. If these things were so damaging and you were abused, why would you take money to not tell your story? That doesn't make sense. Even with the Cassie thing, all of that, I don't care. It doesn't make sense. 30 million ain't gonna cover no wounds and if you really damaged. And why would you not try to help another person if this person is so evil and so reckless and so abusive? Why would you want this person still on the streets? Why would you take 30 million but then still let Diddy roam if he did so much salacious stuff to you? You would be working on either getting this man mental help or getting him locked up somewhere because you wouldn't want him to hurt another person. That's my opinion. If he did so many things to you and he was so abusive, why would he not be abusive to the next person? Why would you take money to keep an abuser on the streets? That doesn't make sense. Because the things that they saying are not true. And now we learning in these lawsuits, they're public. You could put anything in a lawsuit because these lawyers are hoping that the defendant settles so it doesn't go in court. But what you said in the lawsuit is already public. The media already picking it up, so it's already damaging to the defendant's character, their brand, and everything else. As if you went to court. And even when you say, hey, it's been a settlement, My client is still innocent. Just because it was a lawsuit, a settlement, doesn't mean my client is guilty. The public, they don't want to hear that. They still gonna say, "Oh, well, that person guilty. It he shouldn't have settled. She shouldn't have took the money." Don't you think that Cassie was asking for the money? Her lawyer said that she's been asking for the money months prior to her actually putting the lawsuit out. Why wouldn't you just go file criminal charges? Because now the feds is trying to open a criminal investigation against them off of these things that they're putting in their lawsuit. Listen to the things that they're saying. They making it seem like this man is a monster. Why would you put those type of things in a civil lawsuit? A person who's saying that he did those things, you would be filing criminal charges to get that man off the streets. Not, oh, give me some money and I'm gonna let you go out here and hurt other people. Make it make sense. Doesn't make sense. Or give me some money and leave you out here so you can come hurt me again. If he hurt you that bad and you so scared of this man, why would you collect money from him and let him still roam? Ain't you scared he gonna come hurt you again? I just don't get it. I really don't. So let me before I read this, I'm gonna play Bruce interview. And see, this is the articles that I was telling you about. Oh no. This is not the one. This is the one saying that TMZ obtained paperwork that a total of $10.5 million from Kelly and his former manager Donald Russell. The women had sued Kelly and Russell for the successful effort to shut down a December 2018 New York City screening. Now you see how TMZ is still putting R. Kelly's former manager. You see how they still pushing this is this man's former manager when they have actual proof. Gloria Allred has actual proof that Don Russell has never been his manager. Now, Lisa Van Allen been around since the 90s. Lizette claims she been around. Why would y'all let y'all lawyer push that narrative when we know Lizette Martinez is lying, right? About being with Robert, right? But Lisa Van Allen been around. We all know that's a fact. She know darn well that Donald Russell wasn't no Robert's manager for decades. She knows this. Robert was locked up when this Lifetime thing took place. The one who claims that he's Dria's brother, Jim Pratt. He worked for Robert. He's been around Robert since they were young. He knows for a fact Don Russell was never Robert's manager. But he jumped on the lawsuit because he scammed Geronda out of money when Drea was begging Geronda for money when all of this first happened. And Tasha K put Drea on a spot and put her out there. And Drea tried to put a cease and desist on Geronda. But Geronda put out the receipts of Drea begging her for money. Oh, I don't know how I'm going to take care of my kids. So she was planning to go after all the women and play victim to them. Like, oh, I got his kids, so I'm going to beg all y'all for money. Geronda fell for it, gave the money to Jim Pratt. Then Drea claimed, oh, she didn't give the money to me. I don't know nothing about no money. Then when you go online and you put Jim Pratt's name in, there's a whole articles about him scamming multiple people with fake businesses and all type of stuff online. So it's crazy to me how he gets in this lawsuit, hires Gloria Allred as his attorney, and now I'm trying to sue. And he's a part of this awarded money. When he was first taken up for Robert, didn't turn around. Drea's my sister, but Drea threw him under the bus when it came to that money about Geronda. And they don't talk about how he was trying to beat up Tim Savage at the premiere. Yeah, Angelo slipped out and talked about it. Cash slipped out and talked about it. Jim Pratt was trying to knock Tim Savage head off at the premiere. The same premiere they all claimed they were so scared, they traumatized, emotionally distressed, and they all was trying to fight each other at the hotel. But Lifetime won't release that footage. We ain't see near footage come out with all that drama they had going on at that hotel. Drea trying to fight Jonjolin. Lisa Van Allen and Drea about to fight. Jonjolin telling Lifetime, don't let Faith Rogers and Drea on the show. Then they bought Cash in as their publicist. But then when she gets to the premiere, they tell everybody she's a mole for R. Kelly. They bought Cash in. The Savages. That's why Joycelyn say my dad, my parents is the main ones behind this stuff. But yeah, Jim Pratt was trying to knock Tim Savage head off. But all of a sudden you on this lawsuit claiming you emotionally distressed and traumatized. All these people is weird. Let me put this interview on for y'all. So basically Bruce is just talking about the injustice and what's going on with Robert, and he speaks about Robert's money being taken. He speaks about multiple things. I think it was a good interview. I just don't like at the beginning the individuals that's I guess on the platform. They say we can't say if these things are true or not, so we letting y'all make your own decisions on if first of all if you do your research before you interview somebody, then the things that Bruce was saying, you will get the right information to say, oh, I know this is true. This is in court documents. I know this is true. This is in transcripts. I know. Stop interviewing people without researching and then tell your audience you don't know if what the person's saying out their mouth is true. That's dumb. But it just shows me that y'all want the views so bad. But you won't even take time to research before you bring a person on your platform. When I brought Ronnie Bo on my platform, I never asked him about what all him and Robert was doing in the jail. I never asked him about what Robert told him about Jay-Z and Lee and none of that. I strictly researched that man and all of the lawsuits he had. He even has that whole lawsuit against the human rights court. I knew about all the different police officers who he got lawsuits against that attacked him prior to him putting the drug trafficking charges on him. I knew about the whole lawsuit that Robert and over 40 some other inmates was a part of, where they watched the inhumane treatment amongst them with the MDC and how they wasn't letting them shower and how Ronnie Bo was about to like be unalive because he was having an asthma attack in the jail and they didn't get up to help him. And he asked a lot of the inmates if they want to be a part of the lawsuits. And I read all damn near 8 or 9 lawsuits that he had that I strictly was focused on the injustice and how him and Robert was being treated inside the jail. And I wanted to learn about that court about human rights because it's outside of the government. When you want to go up against the government, then you go through the human rights court. because it made sense to me with how you gonna go to the government, at the government, to sue the government. Doesn't make sense, right? They all under the same branch. But if you go outside of our government, which is the Human Rights Court, then you can go and sue BOPs and the jails and the federal government, because you're not going to the government to sue the government. So with them interviewing Bruce, and y'all gonna hear the guy saying, well, I don't know if these things are true. Y'all can make your own um, um, thing of what y'all feel, or if y'all believe. Like, that's dumb. Why wouldn't you research Robert's case so when Bruce starts talking, you can say, oh, okay, yeah, I read that. Okay, yeah, I have the paperwork on this. But people want the view so bad because R. Kelly brings numbers. And of course, if you bring his family members up, it's going to bring the same numbers. So that's the only part I didn't like about it. Other than that, Bruce is, bringing up valid things regarding Robert and the different things that have happened to him, and how the government is breaking the law to uphold the law. So that's the only thing that I have against it. Good morning, Reddy. And like I said, this platform, they got a lot of subscribers. But I think when they start talking to Ronnie Bowe, and their title of the interview with Ronnie Bowe, they put R. Kelly's I think cellmate says that he got shot, and he believes due to that Jay-Z shot him because he came out and outed the Illuminati and Jay-Z. And he's speaking on Robert telling him about Jay-Z, Aaliyah. I don't agree with that. Because again, Robert is in jail. Robert's safety is number one. We weren't there when Ronnie Bowe was claiming Robert told him these things, right? But it's just kind of funny to me that if Robert didn't want Ronnie Bowe to write a book of his side of the story, why would he leak and tell him little things when he didn't even want to agree to do the contract to write a book about his side? Robert has never talked about Aaliyah or never talked about none of these celebrities and the personal relationships he had with them. And when he did spoke on Jay-Z, I played them interviews multiple times when he went to the radio station after he was attacked at the concert. But other than that, he always have spoken respectful regarding Jay-Z, even after he was attacked and he sued. He still never talked down on him. Only time I ever heard him really speak on Aaliyah, like really go into it, was the sentencing memo in New York when Dr. Park Diaz evaluated him. And he asked him many things about his background, childhood, all the different allegations. And this was like the first time that he really went in regarding the marriage, why, and he claimed he never had sex with her. So I don't think it's cool that these bloggers are putting their titles like R. Kelly just was in the jail talking about Jay-Z and this stuff with Aaliyah, and that, y'all can believe it. I don't. Robert is a very private person. And again, if Ronnie Bowe thinks that Jay-Z shot him due to him speaking out on Jay-Z, then why put Robert's life in harm's way? By saying he said that Jay-Z was part of Illuminati and Jay-Z was a sucker and all, like, so the guy who owns the channel, I guess he felt like he wanted to keep going down on the R. Kelly content because him and Ronnie Bowe brought in a lot of views speaking on Robert. So I guess this is why he got to Bruce.
His name, Bruce Kelly. You may not know the name, but eventually you will. He is the brother of Robert Kelly, otherwise known as R. Kelly. He came on to tell the other side of the story, as he puts it, of Robert's story. Now, when you hear it, you get to assess for yourself whether or not what he's saying is, one, truthful, or two, even remotely accurate. We leave that to you. And without further ado, we introduce you to Mr. Bruce Kelly.
Hello, everybody. I'm Bruce Kelly. I'm Robert Kelly's, R. Kelly's oldest brother. And I just want to say I appreciate what his fans are doing for him. But I just want to say this, too. I'm tired of what the media is trying to make Robert out to be something that he's not. I'm tired of all the drama that the government is giving him, and I'm tired of them breaking the law to do what they're doing to him. You know, it's a lot of madness going on out here with what they're doing to him, and it needs to be stopped. It needs to be stopped, and I'm going to do any and everything that I can to make sure that whoever has anything to do with breaking the law to take advantage of Robert, I'm going to see that they're brought to justice. That means the people who stole from him, went in his house and took his money, they're going to pay for that, you know. But the government needs to take action and take full responsibility for the actions that they did that they know was not right. You don't take a person's phone calls and their text messages and emails and so forth and go over them and give them to a state's witness. You just don't do that. That's breaking the law. That just can't happen. You can't have that happen. If it happens to Robert, it's going to happen to somebody else if we keep allowing it to happen.
Now, whether Bruce is telling the truth or not, that is entirely up to you, because you're the ones that's going to be hearing the information, and we are not picking sides on this. We just want to present the information for you from the people that say they have it. So when you do hear the interview, please be rest assured that what you're going to hear is his version versus what you've already heard. Neither here nor there on the truth. You're the ones that are going to have to know. His name, Bruce Kelly.
So do y'all see what I'm saying? What Bruce is saying, that's his truth. Like, what are you talking about? There are documents that this man's stuff was leaked. There are documents of the things that he's saying, that people went in his house and stole his money. There are documents. You were so quick to interview him, but you couldn't even research what he was saying so you could present it to your audience. This is how much people don't want Robert to be innocent. Oh, this is Bruce's truth. Even though, he's saying this stuff, even though we already heard the other, like trying to say, I guess because Robert is guilty, we already heard that part. So whatever Bruce is saying, this is what he's saying. Like, what are you talking about? You're not even giving your viewers a non-bias and documentation. This is how you push false narratives. Oh, this is Bruce's truth. Like, basically, you don't believe nothing he's saying. You're just presenting him on your platform just to talk. That's why I can't respect a lot of these platforms who got hundreds of thousands of subscribers, because they can't even be like, y'all hate Robert so much, y'all believe he's so guilty, but y'all quick to speak on him, y'all quick to bring his family on there. Why? I'm not bringing nobody on my platform that I don't like, that I hate, that I think is um a monster or I think is a pedophile. I'm not bringing them on my plan. I'm not speaking on them. But y'all quick to bring his name up or do content regarding this man, but you can't research and read. Even if you still have your opinion after that he's guilty, I still will respect that you put the paperwork out. But no, they're not going to do that.
His name, Bruce Kelly. You may not know the name, but eventually you will. He is the brother of Robert Kelly, otherwise known as R. Kelly. He came on to tell the other side of the story, as he puts it, of Robert's story. Now, when you hear it, you get to assess for yourself whether or not what he's saying is, one, truthful, or two, even remotely accurate. We leave that to you. And without further ado, we introduce you to Mr. Bruce Kelly.
Hello, everybody. I'm Bruce Kelly. I'm Robert Kelly's, R. Kelly's oldest brother. And I just want to say I appreciate what his fans are doing for him. But I just want to say this too. I'm tired of what the media is trying to make Robert out to be something that he's not. I'm tired of all the drama that the government is giving him, and I'm tired of them breaking the law to do what they're doing to him. You know, it's a lot of madness going on out here with what they're doing to him, and it needs to be stopped. It needs to be stopped, and I'm going to do any and everything that I can to make sure that whoever has anything to do with breaking the law to take advantage of Robert, I'm going to see that they're brought to justice. That means the people who stole from him, went in his house and took his money, they're going to pay for that, you know. But the government needs to take action and take full responsibility for the actions that they did that they know was not right. You don't take a person's phone calls and their text messages and emails and so forth and go over them and give them to a state's witness. You just don't do that. That's breaking the law. That just can't happen. You can't have that happen. If it happens to Robert, it's going to happen to somebody else if we keep allowing it to happen.
Now, whether Bruce is telling the truth or not, that is entirely up to you, because you're the ones that's going to be hearing the information, and we are not picking sides on this. We just want to present the information for you from the people that say they have it. So when you do hear the interview, please be rest assured that what you're going to hear is his version versus what you've already heard. Neither here nor there on the truth. You're the ones that are going to have to.
So, as y'all know, I don't know this platform like that, so I'm not gonna play their entire the entire interview on the screen. That's why I only played a few minutes of it, because it's fair use after a certain amount of minutes of you playing a video. So I'm gonna play the rest audio. Now y'all heard what he said, that this is Bruce's version, and we already heard the truth already. So whether you want to believe Bruce or not, whether you want to do your research or not, that's the much respect that you could have gave to look in. You think somebody just gonna come on your platform and say that people was leaking this man phone calls and stuff, and him calling out the government? But I want y'all to listen to the interview and how I said the interview with Ronnie Bo went. You're going to hear the interviewer once again asking Bruce about the same people that he was asking Ronnie Bo about. Jay-Z and these people. I don't like that because, again, it's like y'all, I guess everybody's surrounded around this Diddy thing, so they're trying to expose Jay-Z and uh Pharrell and Stevie J, the people that is really close to Diddy. And before it was, oh, R. Kelly's guilty, R. Kelly's a pedophile, whatever, right? But now that Diddy is going through what he's going through and the charges that's being alleged in the lawsuit, I'm sorry, not charges, the allegations that's being alleged in the civil lawsuit about minors and sex trafficking and drug trafficking, etc. Now it's like some people is believing, Diddy's still innocent and they, is not just jumping to say he's guilty. But then you got people that's automatically jumping out there. He's guilty. They done came up with a whole slang now, no Diddy. And I mean, it has went super far now, right? And I have heard a lot of content creators going in on Jay-Z now. Oh, well, what about Jay-Z and Foxy Brown? And what about, but y'all knew all this. Y'all been knew these things. It's just that when it came to Robert, it was, oh, let's put this one man away. Even though all these other celebrities got their dirt and things that they have did and the females they have messed with, but we ain't gonna bring that to the light. We just gonna make it seem like out of the industry, Robert is the pedophile, right? So now the people that want to bring Diddy down, they got like this conspiracy where when Robert spoke to Wack and said, man, I don't even believe that stuff they saying about Diddy because I know what they did to me. And I know that they can lie and that they can just put anything out there to make people think this is that, right? And when Robert spoke on the court not letting him put certain evidence. So now you got content creators like, whoa, did y'all hear what R. Kelly said that the court didn't allow him to bring things in regarding the parents? You got certain platforms writing, reporting on their website, and they putting up articles about this. Like we ain't been saying this, okay? Then you got some people reporting on the Tasha K officer. Hey, did y'all hear that? Tasha K and the VOP officer, R. Kelly's lawyer got a lawsuit against them for her putting out his information and giving it to a witness. And we talked about these things. But again, because this is going on with Diddy, now they want to push this conspiracy that Jay-Z and Diddy came together to take down R. Kelly. And now it's being flipped on them. This is the new conspiracy. So in this interview, you're going to hear the guy keep pushing towards Jay-Z and the other industry. When Robert clearly said on that phone call with Wack, man, I don't believe none of that stuff when it comes to Diddy. But he did say everybody wanted to laugh and be a comedian on the radio, but it can happen to any of us. He did say that. But he never said that he believed anything that they said about Diddy. Nobody is pushing that narrative. And also, the narrative nobody else is pushing. When Robert said when Azriel came to visit him and she cussed him out in that visiting room and embarrassed him and was all loud and cussing, the main thing nobody is repeating that I've been saying ever since we found out what Tasha K and Officer A did, and while we was at that trial, and 3 weeks before his verdict, they wanted to come tell him that, oh yeah, it's true. A blogger and a BOP officer was leaking your information, and we got an affidavit and a search warrant 3 weeks before his verdict. So the trial is damn near over with. Nobody is saying. That's why I keep playing this video with Michael Leonard, when he said during the Kosho hearing, when the judge was asking Robert, do he really want Nicole on his case? That same day, the PI and Robert brought it to the judge's attention that he believed that his calls and his visits were being monitored and that they were listening in to his phone calls. The PI, who everybody hates and say he don't work for Robert, if you listen to that video with Michael Leonard, you heard what he said. Oh, it really wasn't Robert who thought that his phone calls and visits were being recorded. It was really a PI who wasn't used to the MDC. Sean Harris was the first one who said that Robert calls and visits were being monitored and leaked. And Judge and Donnelly said, oh, you better not say those type of things unless you have proof. There are very serious allegations that you're saying about BOP officers. Do you have proof of that? And shut them down. And then you got Michael Leonard up there saying, oh, I don't believe any of the calls were being recorded or the visits because it would be the quickest way to get a federal trial thrown out. And he said it would be the quickest way for the BOP officers to be federally charged. Let me repeat that. He said, because if Robert calls or visits were being leaked or they were listening in on them, it would be the quickest way to get a federal trial thrown out. And he said, and Robert's attorneys will be glad to take that argument up and put it in because it would be the quickest way for them to get his whole trial thrown out. Because it would be a violation of his due process rights and it would be a interference in a federal investigation. Also, when he said Azriel came to visit him and she embarrassed him in that visit room, she told him, oh, this, that, but nothing. One thing nobody fails to mention is when he said, Azriel said to him, I know what your voice sounds like. I heard you talking to your attorney when you told her you were not leaving Joycelyn for me. Again, I heard you talking to your attorney, meaning Officer A was listening to his legal phone calls with his attorneys and leaked them to Tasha K, parents, and federal witnesses, allegedly. Azriel gave them up and she didn't even know it. Because Robert didn't know what she was talking about then. But that is the main thing. When she slipped up and said, I heard you on the phone with your attorney. His calls with his attorney were never, ever supposed to be listened into, nor ever leaked to a federal witness in his case. He could have been on the phone with his attorneys talking about their their defense argument that they were going to be doing in the trial. This is why you can't look at legal mail. This is why you can't listen in on legal visits or listen in on any phone calls with any inmate and their attorney. But Azriel slipped and didn't even know what she was doing when she said that. Because how did you hear him on a phone call with his attorney? How did you see emails with him and his attorney. Everybody's forgetting that too. That he said that she's seen the conversations that he was talking to his attorney about in emails. See, all we want to talk about is, oh, uh, the emails with Joycelyn. No, 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 no. They were listening into his attorney phone calls. They were reading him and his attorney emails. So when Michael Leonard says, oh, I have been on a dozen of those phone calls and the other attorneys, well, guess what, Michael Leonard? More than likely, they were listening into you too. She was doing it for 6 months while a federal investigation was going on and him potentially going to trial. That's what I believe Jennifer Bonjean got this lawsuit for, because she wants Officer A and them to get up on that stand, and when she cross-examines them and find out with all they were reading and listening to, and all you got to do is run the tape back of Robert stating what Azriel came and told him at that damn visit. How did she know that? She didn't even know she gave them away when she came to that visit, all emotional, all mad, and told. But at that time, Robert didn't know how she got that information. And then when the full circle came around, while he was at trial, and they told him about Tashak and Officer A, bingo, that's how. And Tasha K told on herself when she said, oh, Azriel's back with her father, but she's still, it's kind of like for Rkelly, but ever since I gave her dad this information to give her, I think that things have changed now. Because see, Rkelly was telling her one thing and then Tim Savage slipped up and said Tasha K called him one day and said, I need y'all to come to my house. I got some information to show you about your daughter. See, don't say she just gave stuff to the Clarys. No, she gave stuff to the Savages too. That's how they all knew Joycelyn's every move. That's how they knew every move that Robert and his attorneys were doing. But that is the due process rights that were violated to the fullest. They were never supposed to be listening in to his attorney phone calls, visits, nor emails. And when Azriel slipped up and said, I know your voice. I heard you on the phone with your attorneys. Period. And when Joycelyn wrote that email saying, I'm sending this email, I need somebody to come get this letter to take over to your attorney. That's how Azriel read that email between him and his attorney regarding the conversation that they had regarding Joycelyn, and then the letter that Joycelyn passed off to give to the attorney, to tell the attorney that Azriel stole. See, that's the stuff that people don't pay attention to, the timeline. That's why Joycelyn said in that email, I need somebody you really trust to come get this letter from me to take to your attorney, and I need you to respond ASAP. That girl Teller, she was an op. She made it seem like she was for Robert and for Joyce, and no, that was the one that was ripping and running the streets with Azriel. That was the one that was working with the Savages and the Clarys. That's how Tasha K said, oh, Joycelyn, if you don't answer my calls or my texts, Don't make me put out there who you living with. Don't make me put out there because I got the girl information. Yeah, Taylor. Yeah. How else would she have her information unless Tasha K read the communications with Taylor and Robert, the visiting list, the phone list, and commissary? Y'all don't think that the government wanted that information to see who's coming to see him, see who he's talking to? That's how I believe, in my opinion, allegedly, they got a hold of Rashana. Because at that time, Rashana was not cooperating. And Tasha K was working with Lisa Van Allen. When Rashana said at that trial she don't know how Lisa Van Allen got her number and was harassing and attacking her, it all makes sense. That's why the government went after Tasha K and said they wanted to know, they wanted some information from her. And she clearly said, yeah, I gave them up information. And she said on that interview with Natasha Simone, oh, the reason why R. Kelly really mad at me, because I exposed that Rashana LaFair was sending him money. Y'all know damn well that the government wanted that information. This is why they wanted Officer A to retire, because it's going to open up something bigger. That information that Tasha K gave up and that Officer A went on for 6 months without her facility knowing what she was doing. Why did it take for the NDC warden to report them? Make that make sense. But her facility got shut down for corruption. So how many other people has Officer A looked up for years? Because her facility didn't give a damn what she was doing. She would have never got caught if the warden of the MDC didn't report them. If Azriel didn't by accident slip up and say to Robert, I heard you on the phone with your attorney. How would Azriel hear a phone call with him and his attorney? See, at that time, we didn't know that Tasha K was giving out this information. This is why they was 2 steps ahead of Robert and his attorneys. This is why. This is why they made the narrative that Robert was having sex with Nicole. Because Azriel was mad that Robert told Nicole that he wasn't leaving Joycelyn. See, now Azriel is mad, so she runs around telling everybody that she walked in on Nicole giving Robert head. This is why all that stuff started in the trial, where Judge Donnelly said that Nicole was a conflict of interest when it came to Azriel was trying to get her kicked off that case. Azriel was trying to get her kicked off that case. Azriel went at everybody who she felt like was still in communication with Robert, was a god sister, a fake sister, a supporter, a friend. And when she got in that trial, she named over 17 women that she claimed she had sex with. Well, we know that was a goddamn lie. So at that time, we didn't know when she was at Larry's that she seen these emails and all of that. We didn't know when she went to go fight Joycelyn what was really the reason of her anger. And why she said to Joycelyn, oh, he didn't tell you you're going to jail. He tell you everything else. See, the public didn't know that she tore Joycelyn clothes up. The public didn't know that she stole the first money. The public didn't know when she was at Larry's house, she was calling somebody, and I'm not going to say their name, trying to get more money, knowing that the money was already dropped off to pay the bills and stuff. The public didn't know that she was lying, telling Robert she was home. And Joycelyn was staying somewhere else because they had issues going on. So if Joycelyn's not there, Joycelyn can't say if Azriel there or not. So Azriel is going to Florida, going to Vegas, going here. Robert thinking she's in the trunk. While she's taking stuff in and out of there, selling this, taking that, selling this, stealing this money, stealing that. That's how she knew where the second money was at. Because she had a hold of the emails. This lady kept providing her. So every time they were writing, she was providing. So I just wanted to give y'all a little background of everybody keep talking about, oh, Tasha K leaked the emails between Robert and Joycelyn. No. The big factor is they were listening into his attorney phone calls and emails. And I believe Sean Harris, far as the visit, because when Jennifer Bonjean did the lawsuit, I said on the affidavit, it says that there were BOP officers that were allowed to listen into Robert's phone calls, not his attorney phone calls, but you know how some of the phone calls where they say this call may be monitored, and then it say BOP officer A wasn't authorized. But then when it came down to the lawsuit, and when you read in the lawsuit, it said that the trial was going to take a little longer because they had to make sure that each BOP officer, Jane Doe's and John Doe's, either had an appointed attorney or hired their own private attorney, and that they had to go down and investigate each BOP officer that committed criminal conduct. I said, oh, so there is other BOP officers that were involved. So when Tasha K said, shout out to my Cook County winos, allegedly, she probably did have people from Cook County. Because she said it wasn't just Officer A. She said multiple people were sending her stuff. She just said she didn't know Officer A. And Officer A just contacted her one day and sent her the stuff. But she definitely said on that video, shout out to my Cook County winos. And the MDC warden is who reported Tasha K and Officer A. Hey, Yella. Hey, Reba. So here we go with Bruce Kelly's interview. But I just want people to understand that part. That Azriel clearly said in her mouth. And if she's so scared of Robert and he's so abusive, why would she go to his visit and cuss him out like that? But she's so scared of him. He's so abusive. Calling him all type of mother effers and all of that. Robert said, I mean, she really embarrassed me in that visit. Ain't nobody doing that if they so scared of somebody that they gonna do this to them and do that to them. That girl wasn't scared to steal that money. That girl wasn't scared to tear Joycelyn's clothes up, tear his clothes up, give his clothes to another man. Ruthless. Just like our parents. So here we go. This is Bruce's interview. And like I said, I'm playing the rest on audio, y'all, because I don't know these people and I ain't got time for them to strike me.
So how did you and Robert or R. Kelly, shall I say, grow up as kids?
At a very early age, I said, the Jackson 5, they do it. Why can't we do that?
Did he have a fetish for women? And I'm not saying underage women. I'm just saying, did he have a fetish for women, period?
I mean, who don't? You a man.
Do you think that Jay-Z had anything to do with the production of Survivor and R. Kelly?
I believe that, yeah.
And why do you believe that?
Judging by the, the beats that Robert and Jay-Z had, yeah, let's do this.
Hello, everybody. I appreciate you tuning in to Too Strong.
Thank you, Shannon.
Today, in just a little bit here, I'm going to interview Bruce Kelly, which is R. Kelly's older brother. Now, I want to give him a chance to talk and tell his version of the story and give us sort of like some inside scoop and talk about some things that we may not have been privy to. I want to warn you in advance that I am not here to make R. Kelly innocent, and I'm not here to make R. Kelly guilty. We can all have our opinions, and we are entitled to that. And I'm entitled to my own also. But I do want to give Bruce a chance to tell his side of the story through his lens. So just brace yourself and check it out. So how did you and Robert, or R. Kelly, shall I say, grow up as kids?
Well, you know, we came up in a household on the south side of Gil Gardens. And pretty much our mom, you know, she used to make sure we went to church every Sunday. So we had to go. My mother, you know, she sang, and she was very much into music herself. She was in, she had her own band, Joanne Kelly and the Six Pack. Now, we were young kids, man, so I say about 8, 9 years old. And, you know, because she was into music, I guess she wanted us to be in music too. So she just started buying us instruments and stuff. So at a very young age, we started playing. You know, I think I started playing bongo. Then I went to the drums. Then she bought us guitars. And I don't even know when we started playing them, but, you know, we just started playing them. I mean, out of nowhere. We play what's in our head. We could play what we hear, you know. So very early on, we formed a little group as kids, and we used to play behind our mom, you know, especially when her dad, our grandfather from Indiana, when he would come to Chicago to visit us, our granddad liked to do the blues, so I would play blues behind him. And, you know, our family was very much into music, man. So we didn't have a lot of money, but we had a lot of love for music, and we had a lot of love for each other. So that's how we grew up, you know, loving one another, and just being there and being in the midst of music, and of course church. You know, that was a big part of our growing up, having to go to church, you know. But that's how we grew up, man. We grew up, you know, being introduced to the world of music at a very early age. And Robert, you know, Robert started singing. You know, he used to sing with mom. They would do a lot of Marvin Gaye and Tammy Terrell, you know, stuff like that. But people used to be amazed because he was so young, but he could sing like Marvin Gaye when he was really, really young. So, but Robert was really shy. He was shy when he was a kid. So we had to break him out of that, you know, because he was singing and his back would be toward the audience. And we would tell him, you know, you got to turn around, man. You got to turn around and face your audience. You can't sing with your back to them, because he was shy. So gradually he started turning around, especially when they took to him and they started feeling him. When they started feeling him, he got a little bit more confidence in him, where he could turn around and face his audience. And when he started doing that, then it was really basically all over from there. Because when he seen them liking him, then that took him and his ability to the next level. You know, so that's one thing I can say that I observed. And, you know, by my grandfather used to work right beside Joe Jackson in the Indiana steel mill. And I used to always think, because we were doing music at a very early age, I said, Well, the Jackson 5, they doing it, you know. Why can't we? Why can't we do that? You know, so early in my early years, I always felt like something big was going to happen musically in our family. And as I got older, like in my teenage years, I knew it was going to be Robert. I knew Robert because it's like that's all he had. You know, he was so into it that he felt like that's all he had. So he put everything into his ability to sing and write. You know, at a very early age, Robert was writing songs. So, and it came to him like it was nothing. You know, for him to write a song, it was absolutely nothing for him to put a song together.
I noticed when you talked about that, you mentioned your mom singing with your mom and everything. Where did Daddy fall in place?
Well, we all had different dads. I knew my dad somewhat because he came around every 6 months or so. Robert never ever met his dad. He never met his dad. But we had my mother. She married this guy named Lucius McLaren. He's our stepdad, and Lucius was really our dad. You know, up until he died, I called him Pops, and so did Robert. You know, so he was really, our mother was really our mom and our dad, you know, until, you know, Lucius was in her life after we were born. Lucius came into her life. He was in the Air Force. And I remember, you know, as a kid going out to Rantoul Air Force Base to pick him up when he would come home. And we'd come home, and back then, you know, when you were on public aid and stuff, you couldn't have a boyfriend, and you know what I'm saying. It kind of reminded me of the movie Claudine. Yeah, I don't know if you remember that movie, but it was sort of, you know, back then. And she couldn't let the welfare people know that she had a boyfriend, you know. So it kind of, you know, reminded me of that because they weren't married then. But, you know, my mother did eventually end up marrying Lucius, and they were together until she died in 93, you know. So he was, you know, someone who was a father figure in our life, you know, from as long as I can remember. You know, and like I said, my dad used to come around every 6 months or so, take me out, buy me something, give me money. But whatever I got from my dad, my mom had me split it with my brothers and sisters. You know, I had to split it with them. And I didn't mind, you know, they were my brothers and my sister, and I had a lot of love for them, just as I do still today. I mean, just like any other families and brothers and siblings and stuff, you're going to have fights. You're going to argue. You're not going to agree on everything. So that happened, you know, throughout life, man. We had arguments and disagreements and so forth. But the love that we have for each other is what counts. You know, that's basically it, man. And, you know, like I say, Robert and I, we had some disagreements and so forth back in 2015, and we were not on really good terms. I ended up going to jail, and then Robert followed. Well, that was in 2018 when I went to jail, and we had been into it for some years.
I do want to come back to that, but I want to go through a couple of first, but we're gonna get there because I do want to talk about that too. I know that you said that
So Bruce did admit that in 2015, around the time that Robert had that birthday party that all of them women showed up to, not only was Carrie having issues with Robert, but Bruce is admitting that him and Robert was having issues uh years prior from 2015. So it can give people a better understanding of when people kept saying, well, why did they participate in surviving R. Kelly? I think with Bruce, because he was in jail, I think Lifetime just reached out to him and went up to the jail and signed up for a visit. And they came in there with the production team and all that. So Bruce looking at it like, shoot, I can get out the cell. And they was like, we want to interview about your brother. I don't think, in my opinion, that Bruce said nothing damaging when he was in jail. Other people got different opinions. But I know for a fact when Bruce attended the what was it, Surviving R. Kelly 3 after the New York trial, I know for a fact that he's mentioned it to Robert, and Robert was okay with him going on there when he went after the New York trial, when he had on the hat and the blue suit or whatever, and he was like he wasn't going to let them edit his words, and he was going, speak up for his brother. So Robert was fine with that because, again, it was just Surviving R. Kelly where they only had everybody that was against Robert and a couple people that wasn't, like the twins. Dominique didn't say nothing damaging to me. She said that they edited the part where she was crying and made it seem like she was crying because of what Robert had did to her, but she wasn't. She was crying because she was stating that she didn't think that Robert deserved no jail time. So I think when Bruce was in jail, it was easy for them to contact him and sign up to visit him. And the production team probably went up there with cameras and all of that. So he decided to come out the cell to get a free visit and to speak on his brother. So I think that's how that happened. But he did admit now that him and Robert wasn't talking for some years prior to 2015, and then he got arrested, and then Robert had got indicted in 2018. And we all know that Robert and Carrie had issues because Carrie was one of the first people that appeared on Tashak and other platforms. And see, Lifetime knew what they was doing when they went to grab everybody who was against Robert. I think it was so disrespectful that they went and grabbed Robert's teacher, Miss McLean. First of all, that lady had many health issues. That lady was 90-some years old. You see that Parkinson kicked in, and you could tell she even sitting up there with the interview, how she was shaking and could barely talk. And a few years after that, she was going into dementia. They were so disrespectful by dragging that lady all the way down there to interview her about Robert. Like, this is how you know how desperate they were. Like, this lady, 90-something years old, major health issues, going into dementia. Like, why would you come grab this lady? You got her up there in a wheelchair and everything. Like, how disrespectful. But when it came to Bruce, Carrie, Drea, the main family members and his wife, they gave them way more money than the others who had to provide videos or pictures. And then they gave them, I think, between $1,000 to $1,300 if they provided a video with them and Robert or pictures. So when these people want to say they didn't get no money, everybody who you seen on there that provided videos or pictures with them and Robert, they got money. the ones who didn't provide pictures with them and Robert or any type of a receipt to show that they had a relationship with him, they didn't get any money. They paid for their flight round trip, just the hotel stay. That was it. Nothing else. And this is why a lot of them was saying they didn't come back for Surviving R. Kelly 2. Before Surviving R. Kelly 3, I think it was the same way. Especially a lot of them that participated in the trials. I think that they did give them money and probably paid for their round trip and their hotel. Because now the ones that participated in the New York trial and the ones that were going to participate in the Chicago trial, that was big for them to get them on Surviving R. Kelly 3. So I believe they did get paid, because why did they all rush up there? A lot of them complained that they wasn't dealing with Lifetime no more. They dragged Lifetime, but y'all up there on Surviving R. Kelly 3, and it looked like they rushed it. They got ladders all in the background, studio equipment. It wasn't even set up properly, like a nice and real production. They threw the Surviving R. Kelly to 3 together. Like they just hurried up and filmed them, threw them in a room, and that was it. So I definitely think that a lot of them got paid for the last one because of how they ran up there to do it. It looked as sloppy as heck, like they just threw it together. And the ones that attended the New York trial, Lifetime was with them in their hotels. They was with them as they walked up to the trial. They couldn't take the cameras inside the courtroom, so they were recording them outside. That's how Faith Rogers' mom was outside pointing at Glenda when she was on the phone with Lanita Carter, talking about, oh, Jonjolyn told me that that's Joycelyn's handler. Lifetime was standing right next to her, one of their production teams, and was recording her. Her daughter was in court. That day, she didn't go to court, but you stood outside the courthouse to talk about a supporter and point at the supporter while you on the phone with Lanita Carter. And then y'all know damn well that Faith Rogers' mom didn't know no Lanita Carter. How the hell did she get cool with her? But LaToya said that when Lizette Martinez introduced her to Faith Rogers' mom and Jonjolyn, behind the scenes, they all was connected. And then LaToya said, then out of nowhere, Lizette told LaToya, oh, don't trust Jonjolyn and Faith Rogers' mom. But she said, wait a minute, you introduced me to these people. And LaToya said behind the scenes, they all was talking about each other. They all was grimy. This one was talking about that one. That one was talking about this one. None of them was genuine, really care for each other. They all was talking to each other to try to get information from this one that dealt with Robert, or information from this one. And then all the new ones, they were trying to learn the old ones' stories so that they can repeat the same thing as if they went through the same thing. This is why all of their stories sound the same, because they went and talked to Lisa Van Allens and Lanita Carter's and all of these people from the 90s, early 2000s, and all they did was repeat their stories. A lot of them repeated Lisa Van Allen's story, Kitty Jones' story. Geronda Pace repeated the stories that she heard in the 2008 trial. And then Jonjolyn grabbed up Geronda, and that's how her and Tim Savage ran with their stories. And then Lizette, she just was listening to everybody's stories and made up her own story. But Faith Rogers' mom and Jonjolyn was also repeating her stories. This is why you got every parent claiming, oh, my daughter was just supposed to be a protege. Oh, he claimed he was just going to be a mentor to my daughter. It was all about music. But you can't tell me one of these accusers who had talent before Robert or after. That's the part that I cannot understand. If y'all so talented, why would you just need Robert for your career? Oh, he promised me a career. He promised me a song. If you were so talented, then other labels will be trying to grab you. Other artists will be trying to, managers will be running after you because your talent is going to speak for itself. So when Tiffany Hawkins want to say, because of Robert, she don't sing no more, it's bull crap. That's bull. If you was that talented, like all the other artists that he worked with, that's still prospering to this day, all the music that he has wrote for so many artists in the industry that still hit records to this day, you don't got none of them that claim abuse or that claim when they went and paid Robert, went to his manager to go professionally to get music from him. Why we don't hear no stories about them being locked in rooms and, oh, I gave Robert's team money for him to do me a song, and when we got in the studio he tried to touch me? No. You don't hear no freaking stories from the real talented artists. It's all these people that call themselves trying to use Robert to get in the industry or use Robert to make themselves relevant. And to this day, none of them are relevant. No other artist is speaking about, oh, well, he really did ruin such and such. She was very talented. No, you don't hear that. You don't hear other artists that they have did music with or collaborations or features. It's bullcrap. Sparkle, after Robert and after she let her ex-husband, Earl and Dre, work on that album that Robert told her, I'm not working with no other producers. She let them produce it and the album flopped. She had to go work with Tony Braxton as a backup singer in Vegas for years. So if Sparkle was that talented, it wouldn't have mattered about R. Kelly. She would have still been prospering. Why did it take for Surviving R. Kelly to come out for her to be the intro song? That's Sparkle singing on the intro to Surviving R. Kelly. All of a sudden, she becomes relevant again. Oh, because she's the niece of the alleged accuser. Nobody was speaking about no Sparkle until Surviving R. Kelly came out and they played that song. And what did she put in the song? The words, "Me Too." That made her relevant. She's speaking on the Me Too movement that was popping at that time. And she puts that in the song. Of course she was going to be relevant. Now, have you heard any other music about Sparkle sing? No. Because Lifetime gave her a platform. Because the Me Too movement shared that song. All the females in the world that were following the Me Too movement that claimed that they was abused, they followed that song that Sparkle put out. Because she claimed that percentage of that song went to domestic violence victims. That's what made that record relevant. Now, without all of those things, do y'all think Sparkle would have been relevant? No. And it's a lot of artists when Robert produced their music, it sounds way different. Some artists, he was able to make them some people, he was able to make them an artist when he produced their music. The the way the rhythm of the song went, the beats, the instruments. But then without him, and when they went to work with other people, it was trash. And that's the touch that he had, that you can tell the difference and when they work with him and when they work with others. Some people that weren't that great, he made great. But when they went to work with other people, nothing was pushing. Yeah, it was the song. Uh, because the guy who produced it, and I like that producer. I think his name is Shiz. He died. The producer who produced that song. I'm about to tell you right now the name of it. Yeah, he died right after he produced that song for her. I think his name is Shiz or Shannon. The big guy. He produced a lot of gospel artists, a lot of people music, and he produced that song for Sparkle for the Lifetime. Yeah, that's what it's called. We Are Ready. Let me let y'all hear real fast. And that's how she got relevant because again, Lifetime lifted up and they made it Lifetime's intro to Surviving R. Kelly. And she made the song about domestic violence victims. So a lot of people in 2018, that Me Too movement was pumping. So they were playing this all around the world because she claimed that she put the song out for victims. But have y'all heard anything relevant from her since? No. Here go the song.
Try to silence us, strip away the power from us. Said that we were weak long enough, but time is up. We have a voice in this land. We can just figure it out. We come together, we win. We overcome this before. We'll do it again. We are ready. If you didn't know, we are ready. We are ready. We going nowhere.
And you know what's crazy? Everybody in these comments said, just finished watching this documentary. Hearing this song fills me with so much rage and sorrow for what these women have been through. Then they say, Surviving R. Kelly brought me here. Thank you, Sparkle, for being the voice for those who are unable to speak. I swear, I just finished watching the whole Surviving R. Kelly and this song was playing, and I immediately came to YouTube and I am in love with this song. Next comment. This song fits perfect in the documentary. Next comment. Everybody comment is they watched the documentary and this is what brought them to the song. Next comment. I love this song. All I can say is women need to raise strong women who demand respect. Next comment. I support her. She's a real one. R. Kelly fans better look past his talent and look into who he is. Next comment. You are a true inspiration. You speak the truth. Live your truth. Next comment. This song is a banger. I just left for watching Surviving R. Kelly documentary and this brought me to YouTube. Next comment. I cried listening to this song. Why did you do this to me, Sparkle? This song is so beautiful. This fits right for the documentary. Next comment. Beautiful tribute to the survivors. Thank you, Sparkle. Next comment. I support Sparkle and root for her life. Even if her niece never acknowledges it, hope she realizes the depth of love Sparkle has had for her. Next comment. This song is beyond deep. My name is Justice Nicole, and I know my name has meaning. All of the women who have been abused deserve justice. Thank you, Sparkle, for putting your all into this song. Next comment. Flawless and beautiful. Next comment. Bruh, I just heard this about 10 minutes ago. Instantly came to YouTube. This song is hella dope. Next comment. Sparkle, I am so proud of your strength and courage to come forward. I haven't heard of you before surviving R. Kelly, but now I will be looking out for you more. So my point is, again, she only became relevant because she had to tie R. Kelly to this song. She had to make it about victims in this song. And she had to have this song on the documentary. Other than that, nobody would be checking for her. This last comment says, Sparkle, I am so proud of your strength and courage. I haven't heard of you before surviving R. Kelly, but now I will be looking out for more from you. She was not relevant. And now that her niece said what she said in the trial, is they checking for her? Oh, okay.
Ladies, can you show one time? We're sick and tired of the mess. Sick and tired of the disrespect. You know we deserve the best. We have done what we fight for. Ooh, I can feel my help. And we ain't let nobody else. And all them like they were less. Don't do every tear that we cry. Every bruise that we have. There's so many hearts inside. There's so many hearts inside. We will not suffer in silence. And you said this won't keep you safe. It's a brand new day. We are ready.
Did you hear what she said? Your silence won't keep you safe. We are ready. Meaning, don't be quiet. Come out. So also, her song was to also push people to come out and speak. Do y'all see where I'm going at? How they used all these different things. You got Kim Fox telling people to come out and speak. You got a whole agent who stated she watched it and she cried. Then you got Sparkle, who's the niece of Rashonda Landfair, that puts out a song, We Are Ready. Exactly. Whole agenda. Have you heard Sparkle even come and testify? She didn't even come and testify. But she did all of this. Now, when the big day comes, the prosecutor got her down there on a call will list. Her, Andrea. She goes on Instagram. My niece is effing lying. I never told her to sit on R. Kelly's lap. I never told her to ask R. Kelly. And me and Robert never had a sexual relationship. But her sister and her niece both testified. And they both said that. They always said that she was behind the tape being leaked. And when I went back to read McDavid's testimony, what was it, last month? And he talked about when Barry Hankerson called Robert's old assistant, Cheryl Cobbs, and when Jim Derogatis called Tom Arnold the same exact day. Barry Hankerson called, I got a tape with Robert and the Minor. Jim Derogatis called, I got a copy of a tape with Robert and the Minor. Why you ain't go to the police? Extortion. Why does Sparkle say a lawyer called her that don't even know her? Oh, I want to represent your sister, your family. How did he know it's supposed to be her niece on tape? Because Barry Hankerson, Sparkle, and Jim Derogatis was all working with each other. This is why Sparkle's sister and them didn't want nothing to do with her. Sparkle started the DHS investigation against her sister, even when she was never told that there was anything going on with Robert and Rashonda. All the person told her was that her niece was down at the studio late. Never said, oh, and I be seeing Robert and her doing things. Never said that. And when the Breakfast Club asked her, well, why did you still call child services when nobody told you anything was going on? Even when she called her sister and her brother-in-law told her, oh no, we know she be down there doing late hours. Everything good. You know, everything's fine. she still went and contacted child services and told the Breakfast Club, yeah, I know nobody told me nothing was going on, but I just still called and told them to investigate. Because Sparkle was mad that she did all of that and left her husband and found out that Robert was married to Drea. And she wanted her family to stop dealing with him like she did. And they was like, no, we ain't got nothing to do with that. That's when it all was over. And I always believe now, because of what Rashonda said, she was beefing with her niece the whole time over Robert. That's what it all was about. She was beefing with her niece and damn near Drea too. But really, her niece and her were beefing over Robert. And she was mad that her sister and her brother-in-law and her rest of her family chose to stick by Robert and pushed her to the side. And they all were cool with Rashonda dealing with Robert and Drea. And she was mad that her niece and her family got the what you want to call it, the benefits, and they kicked her to the curb. But she started the child services investigation. She was behind the tape being leaked. She was working with Jim Derogatis, who kept attacking their family in the media. She was behind it all. She wasn't no innocent. Why would you call and have child services investigate your sister and your niece and them if your sister told you nothing was going on? Why would you go outside of your sister? I see if you call before talking to your sister, but you talk to your sister. If y'all remember, that was the child services that said that they met Rashonda and her mom and them at the sneaker store. Because at that time they had that shoe store. When they came out to investigate, because Sparkle called down there and reported. So now when you hear Rashonda say she moved in with Drea and Robert, and they was this big happy family to 2011, now you gotta think. This is why they were beefing. Her and Sparkle. But Rashonda claims Sparkle put her on Robert. Rashonda claims Sparkle told her to sit on Robert's lap. Anytime Sparkle still can't admit that she had a sexual relationship with Robert, it's a problem. Her ex-husband even admitted it. Sparkle wanted to be Robert's wife. And when it didn't go that way, and she noticed that she not only lost her ex-husband, she didn't have Robert, she skipped on, got out of Chicago, and went singing backup singer for Tony Braxton. And to this day, her sister got on the stand and said, yes, my sister had a sexual relationship with Robert. Yes, she introduced my daughter to him and told my daughter to ask her to be her godfather. Why would you ask him to be her godfather if you weren't seeing Robert? Why would you expect Robert to look out for your whole family musically and get all of them music deals if you weren't sexually involved with him? If y'all was just friends, why would you expect him to do something big like that and get your whole family deals? That don't even make sense. You only would expect a person to do that type of thing for you if y'all were very close and in a very close relationship. Remember when she was bragging when Robert had her doing the headlines at the shows? Oh, and I was making sure I was getting paid a certain amount of money because I said I'm not getting paid with them other artists getting paid. I need more because you was having sex with him. And because the label didn't want people to know that he was married to Drea, in my opinion, she might didn't know about the marriage right away. Per Sharon Winbush, she was there when Sparkle came there with the girl China, and Sparkle had on the trench jacket with nothing underneath. Drea wasn't home. And Sparkle went up there with Robert and the girl China and had sex. That's why I think Sparkle never spoke with Sharon Winbush. Because when Sharon was out here speaking it, why wouldn't you defend yourself and say, oh no, that ain't true? Why wouldn't you defend yourself when your ex-husband came out and said it? because she thought she was going to be top dog. And when Rashonda stepped on her toes, that was the problem. That's why when their mother died, Rashonda called Robert. Oh, my mom only wanted to speak to you. My grandma Sadie just died. And then when her father died, they put Robert in an obituary. Why would you put Robert in an obituary if he abused their daughter? Make it make sense. They got caught up because they said they lied to the grand jury. They were out of money. They filed for bankrupt when the father died. Robert is in jail. She was mad that Robert was dealing with Joycelyn and Azriel and wasn't paying Rashonda no damn mind. And now she felt like, oh, well, I can be the star of this trial, all the spotlight on me, and I can get $14 million and free housing. See, she's been living off everybody all her life, Rashonda. She ain't had to lift a toenail or a fingernail. So once Robert went to jail, all this is cut off. Ain't no Daryl McDavid. Ain't no what's the other one that got unalive at the hit and run? Because she also was giving Rashonda money. Because we got to remember, they were like a family. Her dad worked for Robert for decades. Like Daryl McDavid said, him and Rashonda dad, they was like brothers. So when he came and asked Daryl McDavid for the money to take his family on a vacation because he was tired of the media harassing his family, it wasn't Robert that gave the money to go away. It was Daryl McDavid. And it was in 2002, not during the trial. So Sparkle had to know that Rashonda was living with Robert all them years. That's why she had a relationship with Drea, because Drea was taking up for Rashonda. They was having sex. They was in a relationship. Rashonda was up underneath them, something Sparkle couldn't do. And so Sparkle threw her niece under the bus. Sparkle came in front of the whole world and said, yeah, that's my niece on the tape, and she's 14. What is the only other way she could have got Robert? She couldn't say, that's my niece on the tape and she grown. Why Sparkle never went around and said, yeah, Robert made my niece have sex with Lisa Van Allen when she was a minor? Why didn't Sparkle never bring up Lisa Van Allen? If your niece was a minor, why wouldn't you get upset with Lisa Van Allen? Or why didn't you get upset with Robert lying to Lisa Van Allen, having sex with your niece? Because the beef was with Rashonda. And the only way she could get any type of attention was to say Rashonda was a minor. Lisa Van Allen, the beef was with Rashonda. When Robert kicked Lisa Van Allen to the curb, she couldn't fight after Drea. Drea got the kids and she's married. But Lisa Van Allen was mad because Rashonda stepped on her toes. See, if everybody pay attention, they all threw Rashonda under the bus. And then when you go look at it, all of these people had sex with Robert. And somewhere down the line, they was kicked to the curb. They didn't reap the benefits Rashonda did and Drea did. So this is why it makes sense why they were so much attacking Rashonda and Robert. See, everybody else looking at it like, oh no, they were saving Rashonda because what he did to her because she was a minor. If they would have said she was having sex with Robert as an adult, nobody would have cared. They had to say minor. They had to make it look like, oh, he abused her. Because now we all knew, well, we knew that Lisa Van Allen was lying the whole time, that she wasn't no minor. Why is nobody speaking about Lisa Van Allen was always grown? So, did you have sex with Rashonda while you were grown? But you up here saying you were a minor and Robert lied to you about her age? And Rashonda said she never had sex with Lisa Van Allen. Why would you harass and stalk Lisa, Rashonda, if y'all was so cool, y'all had threesomes together, and you were supporting her because Robert abused her, why would you be harassing and stalking her? Y'all would be cool because both of y'all would be so-called victims, right? Robert abused y'all and lied to you, lied to Rashonda, so y'all would have like a trauma bond, right? Why would Lisa Van Allen be attacking, harassing, and stalking her if she's supposed to be a victim? Why would you be doing all this to a victim you claim was abused? No, because Lisa Van Allen was kicked to the curb after she did that stunt with them tapes. The tape was never Rashonda on it. It was Drea. And see, she was trying to put Drea out there. But when that didn't work, she had to make up Rashonda. And when Sparkle and them threw Rashonda under the bus, it went right up Lisa Van Allen's, right in her narrative. Oops, that's who I'ma say. That's gonna get me more attention saying a minor. And Sparkle already out here saying her niece was only 14. So I'ma say, yup, I was around, I had sex with her too. Because I'm already pissed off that Robert kicked me to the curb for her anyway. They all were beefing with Rashonda. And Rashonda knew all of them. Drea knew all of them. All these heifers knew each other. And they wanted to get back at Robert. So Barry Hankerson's first step was, I'm going to say, he tried to marry my niece. So, take this money, Demetrius, and go get a marriage certificate. That way, we can say he tried to marry her. But Aaliyah is trying to get emancipated. She's not thinking what they're trying to do to make up a marriage certificate. Aaliyah was trying to get an ID. Okay? That's why Robert said in his sentencing memo, no, I never had sex with Aaliyah. But I asked her, if we get these documents, will you go home? And I'm not getting into why she was running away from home. That's for Robert to speak on and for eventually Aaliyah's mom to speak on. But if you dig down and use your common sense, Aaliyah's mom in the summertime always wore long sleeve black, always jeans, always wearing dark glasses. Use your common sense. Use your common sense. Why is this lady always wearing long sleeve shirts? Always wearing all black, always wearing dark big shades? Why is Aaliyah always trying to run from the house? Why is her mother trying to run? And Robert came and saved the day by getting Aaliyah an album to hopefully get them up out of what they were going through. Remember the key words. Aaliyah's dad was always around her. This daddy was always around her. As gangster as Barry Hankerson was, he kidnapped Gladys Knight. He kidnapped his son for ransom. You mean to tell me if Robert was abusing his niece? He kidnapped his own baby mother. He blew up his ex-wife's car. So Robert sexually assaults his niece and nothing happens? Or was Aaliyah's mother and Aaliyah and that brother running away from something else? And Robert was the savior. But when they found out that they didn't need Barry no more, because he never was helping his sister anyway. And when the daddy that was always around found out the closeness between his wife and Robert and Aaliyah, all of a sudden Aaliyah's the only one now that could go to Chicago to work on an album. And again, that daddy was always around Aaliyah. That daddy. Why was she running from home? Why was a couple individuals that I know from Detroit that used to spend the night at Aaliyah's house during the sleepovers? And when Aaliyah was going to school and they start noticing them cuts on our wrists, why was that? So that's for y'all to use your minds to think and to think after all these decades why Aaliyah's mom never came out here and bashed Robert, never came out here and agreed with the salacious things they said about her and her daughter and Robert. Why the mother made sure when Surviving R. Kelly came out and she heard, she didn't speak about nothing else nobody else was saying, but when she heard her daughter name come up and Javante, she came right at Javante. And you specifically heard Javante on this live. I always play with her, Lizette, and Tiffany. Oh, we used to sneak Aaliyah out the hotel. So why would her mother know you if you're sneaking her daughter out of hotel? Sneaking means you didn't want nobody else to know that you were sneaking her out. You didn't properly say, how you doing? Can Aaliyah come hang out with us? That's why you said we were sneaking Aaliyah out. That's why the mother said she didn't know you. But to this day, don't y'all think that they could have subpoenaed Aaliyah's mother? Don't y'all think that that judge that annulled that marriage certificate could have arrested Robert right then and there if he knew that Robert was um abusing a 15-year-old at that time? Just gotta use your common sense. And annulled, for some people that don't know, it means it never happened. That's why it was annulled. Why would Demetrius go get Barry Hankerson the marriage certificate? Why wouldn't it be ripped up? If this was something bad that Robert was doing with Aaliyah, why would you want this? And then the media pushes this out the next day. So the first thing was the narrative about Aaliyah. So then when it came to Sparkle and everybody else, it was easy to throw the next narrative. Oh, he likes minors. And if Robert did so much to Aaliyah and her mother and that family, why in the hell would Barry Hankerson run off with $90 million and don't give his sister $1? If Robert did so much to that family, you would think you would owe your sister and you would bless her because of all the stuff she's been through. Robert did this stuff to your niece, her daughter. He ruined your family. So when you got $90 million from this woman's daughter, and then you claim Robert did so much wrong, you would have made sure your sister ain't need for nothing. But that nigga ran off with $90 million. But Robert did something to his niece? Okay. People need to think about who Aaliyah and her mother was really being abused by. But that's Robert's story. I was asked kindly and nicely, please don't tell no more than what I'm telling y'all. And I just hope one day that Robert, really comes out and say what it is. And I hope Aaliyah's mom and her brother really comes out and say what it really is. Because it's to the point now that Aaliyah's mom and Robert, in my opinion, is the only ones that was ever loyal to her. That to this day, they know what took place. And either one of them won't let nobody sway them into speaking on it. They won't let nobody sway them. That they got so much respect for her. And even with them extorting Robert with the music and all of that, that was Barry. Barry extorted his own niece. Aaliyah didn't know what she was signing and all of that. That's why she never owned none of her publishing, nor her man, none of that. Everything went to Barry. And again, if Robert did their family so bad and abused his niece, wouldn't you think that, when you feel, oh man, he did all this to my sister, man, I gotta make sure my sister good. Not only did he take all the fucking money with the music, this nigga went and did a contract the day before Aaliyah got on that plane and said that Blackground Records is not responsible if something happened to her on a plane, in a car, none of that. And that's how he got the $90 million. Because he claimed if Aaliyah still was alive, the amount of millions she would have made throughout her life. Wouldn't you think that that man would feel, I gotta take care of my sister. Look what Robert did to my family and all of this. Nah, he didn't give her a dollar. Even when he came out, when Robert trial came up, he told the world, I ain't talked to my sister in decades. Why would his sister be so mad at him if Robert abused Aaliyah? Wouldn't they be sticking together? He's finally going to trial. We finally getting him. Because that shit ain't true. That's why when the mother of the child is being abused by her own brother of a child she carried, and he got 90 million and they give the mother a dollar, but y'all want to convince me that Robert abused her? Okay. Yeah, right. I'm hoping so, because the only loyal people that was loyal to her was Robert and her mother. Even Damon Dash. How do you say, oh, Aaliyah told me he just was a bad person? What? Oh, that's all she told. He did all this stuff to her, but you was in Fiesta the same year Aaliyah died. You was in Fiesta video dancing your behind off after you and Aaliyah was in a relationship. Robert didn't care. Robert wasn't pressed that Aaliyah was your girl. And you was in his video. But you in a man video that you're claiming that abused your woman. Oh, Aaliyah told me don't say nothing. And, just be in the video. And what? Nigga, you ain't start screaming that stuff until Aaliyah died. And once they started that narrative against Robert, then Damon Dash started screaming that. But he never screamed about Jay-Z sexually involved with Aaliyah. That's the part nobody talks about. But let's not forget, Jay-Z had Aaliyah before Damon Dash. So that's why I said these people, they want to talk about this and that when it comes to Robert. But anytime the government, the federal government, they have all access and tools to have subpoenaed this mother. Why do y'all think not one family member showed up to testify in the New York trial regarding the claims of Aaliyah? How do you put on a story about a woman when she was alive that told you that these things wasn't true, and you disrespect this woman's legacy off of public opinion that he did these things? Why the hell would he get a marriage certificate saying she 18, knowing she's 15, knowing that this is going to go public and everybody's going to say, no, she's not 18 right now, she's 15. If I'm trying to cover up something, why would I do a document that I know is going to go public while she's 15? And everybody's going to know she's not 18. If I'm trying to hide this, why would I do something that's going to go public while she's 15? And I'm going to put that she's 18. So as soon as the document go public, everybody's going to notice what's going on. It's going to come out. Everybody's going to be talking if I'm trying to hide it. Doesn't make any sense. If If I'm trying to hide something, I'm not going to get a marriage certificate that says somebody's 18 during the time that they're 15. And knowing that the document is going to go public. If I'm trying to cover things up, that don't even make sense. But somebody that's trying to push a narrative, they're going to do that.
Or no idea. Okay. At what age did you realize? I know you said that you knew that somebody was going to come out on the music end pretty big, and you knew it was Robert. At what age do you remember thinking that in your head?
Probably when I was like 13 or 14, because Robert just, by him being as young as he was, his ability to write songs captivated me. I was, I'm a musician, and I came up doing, in groups and so forth. But to see my own brother ability to write songs the way he did, it let me know that he's going to go something big, because he was too adamant. He was real adamant about his music, his lyrics, and so forth. It wasn't easy, for Robert to get a deal. He tried, and he, had a lot of disappointments and stuff coming up. And I was there to tell him, keep going, because a lot of times he would get discouraged. He went to New York, he went to LA, he got to the people who were already in the business. He thought he was going to get signed, but it turned out that they were just after his writing. They wanted him to write songs. They weren't ready to put him out and have this kind of competition. Because I don't know if you know anything about the industry, but not too many people are willing to put somebody out there to outshine them. And that's why I believe that some of the people that he went and got with did not sign him. They just wanted to get his music and stuff. So he would come home very disappointed, But I kind of encouraged him to keep on going. I told him, you just keep on doing what you're doing, bro, and you're going to make it. You're going to make it. I know you are. I believe in you, so he pressed on and kept pressing on, and, so, yes, I think when I was 13, 14 years old.
How old was he when you?
When I was 14, Robert was 12.
Okay.
I'm a couple years older than him, so he was about 12.
So is it safe to say that you and Robert, growing up as kids, had a very, very close relationship?
Well, I was close with all my siblings. I mean, we were really close as kids. Our mother brought us up to protect one another. If one fight, you all fight. That's what my mom told us. So when I got into fights, I look around, Robert kicking somebody in the head, killing him in the nuts. I mean, that's just the way it was. She taught us to be like that. So that's what we did.
So as he became, as he started becoming the Rkelly, not Robert, but Rkelly, did the dynamics of you and his relationship change at all, or how did that work out?
Well, no, it didn't change, because I already knew. We had a group together. There was a guy we went to school with in middle school. He played lead, and his brother played drums. I played bass, Robert plays keys and sing. We formed a group, and we used to play at this. Club here in Chicago. It was a ballroom, really. We played there every Friday and Saturday night. So Robert already had an idea about who he wanted to be as an artist. what he wanted to do as an artist. He knew he was going to call himself R. Kelly from way back in the day. You know, when he formed the group MGM, it was R. Kelly and MGM. Robert wrote and produced all the songs. He practically choreographed all the moves and stuff, in which, you know, Robert, they went on the Natalie Cole show, Big Break, and ended up winning the whole competition. Now, after that competition, you know, they didn't win a record deal or anything like that. They won $100,000 cash and prizes. Everybody got 10,000 cash, 10,000 prizes. Yeah, yeah. Everybody got 10,000 prizes, 10,000 in cash. The only thing is, now the group, they were dynamic together. The way they had it and stuff. So when they won, a guy that we know had given Robert 30 grand to shoot a video called "Why You Wanna Play Me." You can go online right now and say R. Kelly and MGM, "Why You Wanna Play Me." That video is going to come up. Robert was 18 years old then. He was 18. So when they won the competition, people got in this guy's ear and told him, man, they won $100,000 apiece, in which that wasn't true. But he wanted his money back. So he told Robert he wanted his money back, and Robert went to the guys and told them, this guy wants his money. And they were so frantic that they had that little money. They thought that was a lot of money. They didn't want to give up a dime. Robert ended up giving up everything except $2,000. So Robert told them also that if you guys don't help me, there's no more group. There's no more group. And they said, well, you can't do nothing without us. It's R. Kelly and MGM.
Oh,
so
man.
They thought. I think that pushed him even more, because they told him that. How you going to tell him?
Wait a minute, y'all. I'm gonna switch over to this other device because this is about to take off. I didn't even know this was dying. Good morning, Kitty.
we had a group, you know. He does not like to get on a little bitty train, man. He done canceled a lot of shows. You know, we had to get on a little bitty one aisle jet. Oh no, no, stop this train. He's getting off.
So you worked with him for a while, and then did that cause any type of friction or break in your relationship with him since you began working with him?
No, man. Actually brought us a little closer because I was really proud of Rob, you know, for persevering and keep going and accomplish. You know, he got to where he wanted to be. He got a major deal with a upstanding company, Jive Records. The only thing is, you know, Robert was signed to a label called Tab Dash. Tab Dash was a label that was owned by a lawyer who, matter of fact, this is Luke's old attorney, his old entertainment lawyer. And from what I understand, you know, this guy wasn't doing anything for he never signed him. He didn't give Robert no money to do no video. You know, he didn't give Robert in the studio. Robert did all that on his own. So he was signed with them, and when he got with Jive Records, they had to buy him out that contract.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Or else they wasn't going to, you know, they weren't going to let him go. So if you look on his old albums, you'll see Jive Records / Tab Dash. They got points on those albums to release him.
I never paid that no attention.
But no, me and Robert, we got a lot closer because, you know, I already knew that Robert was a perfectionist from being in the band with him when we got a lot younger. So I knew what to do for him as far as, you know, when we're on the road and so forth. I know how he wants his dressing room. I know how he wants his rider, which is, you know, what's going to be in his dressing room, what he's going to want for dinner from the caterers and stuff like that. You know, so I was on top of that type of stuff. Because Robert was finding you if you did something out of the ordinary and, you know, messed up.
And he's correct about that because that video I played when Selena Johnson was so-called That's My Brother, when they were filming was it Fiesta? No, not Fiesta. The one where they filming the video like they in the club. And the first thing I said was, well, I think I'm in trouble right now, y'all, because Robert just fined me. And Robert said because he told him not to have more than, I think, 10 or 20 people in the main area. And he said he had like 1,000 people in there. So if you wasn't doing your job, that's any boss. Now, if Robert was a Caucasian and you wasn't doing your job and they finded you, it wouldn't be nothing, right? Because he a black man and he was finding them, but still letting them work. It was an issue. Cheryl Mack complained about that. That young boy Navarro complained about that. And when he eventually got fired, he sued Robert because he felt like he should have been getting docked and fined when he wasn't even showing up to work. And when he was, it was like no call, no show. You working with a superstar, Rkelly, at 19 years old, driving Bentleys and Rolls Royces, and it was times that Nicole said on the stand, Robert would just let him hold the cars. So you're 19 years old, driving these luxury cars, traveling all over the world, staying in 5-star hotels, meeting all types of different celebrities that you can eventually work with later on, and you're gonna be slacking? No call, no show? Who does that? And then he sued Robert. This is the crazy thing. Like, this man gave you a job. You making hell of a money at 19, traveling all over the world, staying in all different hotels, 5-star hotels. You ain't paying for none of this. And eventually you get fired and you sue him. This is why Robert when they start getting caught stealing and stuff, he would go to his attorney and they would write up documentation. And in my opinion, because of his past of employees trying to sue him and lying when they try to sue him. Not saying that they were stealing, not saying that they wasn't doing their work properly, not saying their wrongdoings. Oh, is Robert fault why he fired me? And really gonna say on the stand he don't think it was an issue. And he didn't understand why he was getting his pay docs. But Robert still was letting him work. It was just they had to work off, well, Cheryl Mack had to work off the money she stole. But she still had a job. He didn't say, you know what, you stole from me, that's it, bye. Keep pushing. He hired her through Akon and Devon. They came from Akon in 2013. And then he looking out for your son, London on the track. And then Cheryl Mack bringing him Precious Way and bringing all these females to him. Oh, this one can sing, that one can sing. And then later on, they suing them. Make it make sense. In my opinion, Cheryl Mack was always a problem. How are you bringing around females and then later on, they wind up suing him? Talking about he was abusing Precious Way and he sexually abused her, but then she kept going back to Robert because claimed she was in love with him and all this, that. And I always thought, in my opinion, Cheryl Mack wanted Robert, Cash Howard wanted Robert, and because there were females working with him instead of a focus on their job duties, they wanted Robert. And they were jealous when them girlfriends like Cash Howard, in my opinion, was jealous of Holly the whole time. That she waited until Cheryl Mack wrote her memoir, and Cheryl Mack puts in the memoir that Cash Howard told her that Robert used to make her send him pictures and asking her to do this and talking to her sexual and all. You would say that because you trying to get Holly further away from him. Like, nobody's dumb. Y'all were in y'all late 40s. Robert didn't want y'all. Y'all was there to do a job, and y'all was mad he didn't pay y'all no mind. Like I always say, he don't mix business with pleasure. And this is why they tried to throw so much lies on Diana Copeland, because she did her job. And they was mad at that she didn't get up there on that stand and lie. That was the prosecutor's witness, wasn't the defense witness. Out of all the employees, nobody seen him abusing nobody. Navarro went up there talking about he heard sexual noises and sometimes he heard arguments or whatever. This man house. You work for him. Why the hell are you worrying about what sounds is coming out of his bedroom? Like he ain't supposed to have sex, or he ain't supposed to have a disagreement with his woman or one of his girlfriends. Like, what are you talking about? When he said that on the stand, I'm like, are you serious? So this man was supposed to be quiet in his own house? Oh, the females, they looked at like teenagers. You were 19. How was you picking up females from the airport if they was 12 and 13? Dude, you sound dumb. So they were lucky that they was stealing and doing all type of stuff, and this man still gave them a job. That's what really got me.
I'm out of the ordinary and, messed up or whatever. And I wasn't trying to get no facts. So I did what was supposed to be done because I knew he was a perfectionist. So, no. Now, we did get into some disagreements, but that didn't separate us. You know what I'm saying? Now, there's been times that, we got into some disagreements when I was on the road and I went home because I wasn't taking no facts. I left the tour and went home. But we would see each other at our mom's house and we wasn't saying nothing to each other. And our mom would say, what, I don't know what's wrong with y'all, but y'all need to cut this shit out. I don't know what's going on, but y'all gonna cut this shit out. I didn't bring y'all up this way, And we still was mad at each other. Then the next week, we'll see each other again. And then something came on TV. Me and Robert, our humor is just alike. We laugh at the same thing. When nobody else be laughing, it's just me and him. So that happened at our mom's house where it was just me and him laughing. And I went out on the porch and he came out there behind me and he said, man, it felt like we was laughing together. I said, we was laughing together, And he apologized to me for what happened because when I left tour, it was a catastrophe. Everybody told me when you left, man, he missed shows. Everybody was affected by me leaving that tour because I had shit together, bro. You know what I'm saying? And Robert told me that. So he like, man, I need you back. And of course I went back. So that's how that was. So, I never got to the point where I was never ever jealous of him because, I was proud of him. I was proud of him. I was proud to say that Robert is my brother, and his accomplishments, So, no, we didn't, but like I said, like any family, siblings, whatever, things happen. You have disagreements. You get mad at each other, but when you're in trouble, I'm going to come to the rescue. I don't care what was going on. I forgot what it's about. My brother's in trouble. That's it. That's all. What can I do to assist you? And that's where I am now. Doing whatever I can to assist my brother, man.
Yeah. So you spent a lot of time with him. You two were really close, and the thing that's that you probably don't want to come up right now, but to talk about it, he locked up for some child sex crimes and all that. So I think that and when we get to the part, and I know you don't want to go too far into it, but did he have a fetish for women? And I'm not saying underage women. I'm just saying, did he have a fetish for women? Period.
Yeah, I got a fetish for women. I mean, who don't? He's a man, but what bothers me is that the media says, stuff like pedophile and underage girls, this and all this stuff. And the trial that went on in New York, okay, they would not allow certain evidence in that we have that this girl who they call J1, I think, but her and her mother, they conspired to set Robert up by telling him that this girl was 19 and she was only, I think, 17. You know, and they texted each other, and the texts that came out could prove that this was a conspiracy for them to get money out of Robert. And the judge would not allow it into evidence. And I don't understand why not. Because this is something that could exonerate him from these charges as being, you know, but it's going to come out though in the appeal. You know, it didn't come out in trial court, but it's going to come out in the appeal. And you know, not just that, but a lot of things that the government did that shouldn't have happened, should have never happened to him or anybody else. Giving his phone records, his emails and his phone records and stuff like that. An employee did that and gave it to government witness who was judge. And, you know, really deep, and they assisted this girl and her family to commit a crime. Robert had money at his house, in which he was telling his lawyer. They heard that on the tape, and they went to his house in Trump Tower and took the money. So the government, they assisted these people to commit grand larceny against my brother.
Why do you think the government did this to your brother?
For one thing, they don't like to be deep. Robert was exonerated in 2008. They didn't like that. So here they came with all these allegations and stuff from these girls after surviving Rkelly did. And most of those girls were of age when they got with Robert.
You see how Bruce keeps saying girls?
Underage. But when they got on the stands, they were quickly, when they were cross-examined, they got popped.
Sure did.
So, if you don't mind, to the, I don't remember what year it was, but when he first got charged with the videotape with the young girl, was that an underage girl or was that Robert? What's the?
This is how you know people don't do their research, because he was acquitted because the jury could not determine that she was a minor. This is how you know people don't do their homework. What do you mean, was that Robert? Was that a young girl? He was acquitted of child pornography charges, which also means that the jury could not determine when the tape was made, where the tape came from, and they could not determine that she was a minor. Meaning, they did not rule that she was a minor. Because they could have found him guilty without her being there. Some of his charges also was that the prosecutor's theory was that the person in the tape was a minor. So even though people want to say, oh no, he got off because she wasn't there. No. He also got off because the jury could not determine that she was a minor. Because the things that was being done on that tape, a 14-year-old is not doing. Okay? A 14-year-old is not that advanced. So the jury thought that it was just regular two individuals, grown individuals, doing sexual acts. They didn't think it was a minor. So all that, oh, he only got off because the person ain't testified. No. They were trying to charge him without her being there. They knew she wasn't going to be there. So if that's the case, then why was it even a trial if he only got off because she wasn't there? Why would they even do a trial when they knew she wasn't going to be there? No. They were trying to convince the jury that even though the person wasn't there, that the person was a minor. Why you think they had Sparkle testify? That's my niece. She was 14. The jury wasn't convinced. Not only did the defense prove that the tape was doctored and that it was all over Sparkle trying to get a book deal, money. Then you had Barry Hankerson after him. Then you had Jim Derogatis, who got on the stand and pleaded the fifth. Barry Hankerson came in there, pleaded the fifth. And when they broke out that Sparkle was trying to get that $300,000 for that book deal, and Robert didn't agree, they bought that up. They bought up Lisa Van Allen extorting him. and they wasn't convinced that the person in the video was a minor. And then Rashonda's father's brother, he took the stand. So if it was the case that he got acquitted because she wasn't there, they knew she wasn't testifying. They knew they wasn't going to have an accuser. So why would they have a trial if that was the case? They were trying to prove it without an accuser, that the person in the video was a minor. And the jury did not agree. So why would you ask him, that case, was that a minor? What 14-year-old you know that's doing all of that? Make it make sense. Like y'all, these people, it pisses me off. And then when everybody want to talk about they watch the video, but then they want to run around saying that the person in the video is a minor. Well, why were you watching it then? Make it make sense. Person's a minor in the video, but everybody's bragging that they were watching it. You had Charlamagne bragging that Robert taught him how to eat ASS and all of this because he loved how he watched the video and pee and all of this. But then you want to run around calling the man a pedophile, but you bragging about watching the tape. Like, make it make sense. I don't get it. If the tape was a minor on it, why is everybody bragging that they watched it? That doesn't make any sense. But again, the jury wasn't convinced that the person in the tape was a minor. And again, Kim Fox said that her witness, which was Lisa Van Allen, said that the tape was made in Olympia Fields. So if the tape was made in Olympia Fields, that would have made Rashonda over 18 or over 19 years old. This is why in the Chicago federal trial, they changed the narrative and they stated the tape was made before Robert moved to Olympia Fields. Because prior to him moving to Olympia Fields, Rashonda would have been a minor. This is why the Chicago federal trial, they made it seem like the tape was always filmed before, and it was filmed in the mansion before Olympia Fields. Because they claim when Robert moved to Olympia Fields, it was after 2001, 2002. Rashonda would have been grown. So that's why the Chicago federal trial pushed the narrative that the tape was made prior to Olympia Fields. But Kim Fox put her foot in her mouth, and she said during her press conference that the tape was made in Olympia Fields. Yes, she did, and nobody paid attention to that nor pointed it out, but I did. And also the defense team noticed too. Let me show y'all. Because of Kim Fox stating she had the same evidence the Chicago federal had, because she passed it on, okay? She stated that her witness told her that the tape was made in Olympia Fields. So how do you get to the Chicago federal and now they're claiming the tape was made prior? This is why he got acquitted in 2008, because they didn't have a date, they didn't know when the tape was made, and they were not convinced that the female on the tape was a minor.
Aggravated criminal sexual abuse involving 4 victims. The first victim, H.W., was involved in incidents which occurred between May 26, 1998 and May 25, 1999. A grand jury returned an indictment on 4 counts of aggravated criminal sexual abuse based on the victim being under the age of 17 and Robert Kelly being more than 5 years older than the victim. The victim met Robert Kelly on her 16th birthday, where she was celebrating at a restaurant. At that encounter, the victim told Robert Kelly it was her 16th birthday that day. Robert Kelly's manager then gave the victim Robert Kelly's business card with Robert Kelly's personal cell phone number written on it and told the victim Robert Kelly wanted her to call him. The victim's mother heard this and took the card and told Robert Kelly's manager that the victim was only 16. The victim later got that card from her mother's purse and called Robert Kelly. Robert Kelly told the victim to come to his studio. Robert Kelly told the victim after her dad dropped her off at school, she could take a cab to his studio. The victim followed Robert Kelly's instructions. At that first encounter at Robert Kelly's studio, located at 865 North Larrabee in Chicago, Cook County, Illinois, Robert Kelly had difficulty maintaining an erection and penetrated the victim repeatedly vaginally and orally. Afterwards, Robert Kelly told the victim to get an envelope with money from the receptionist and that the victim assumed that that money was to pay for the cab rides to and from Robert Kelly's studio. The envelope contained a large sum of money, more than was needed to pay for the 2 cab rides. The victim had similar sexual encounters about once a month with Robert Kelly from May 26, 1998 to May 25, 1999. The second victim, RL, was involved in an incident which occurred between September 26, 1998 and September 25, 2001. A grand jury returned an indictment on 2 counts of aggravated criminal sexual abuse based on the victim being under the age of 17 and Robert Kelly being more than 5 years older than the victim. In 2001, a witness had conversations with Robert Kelly and Robert Kelly's associates, where the witness was asked to retrieve videotapes showing Robert Kelly having sexual intercourse with the victim in this case when she was only 14 years old. The witness obtained that video and watched it. The witness eventually turned this video over to the Cook County State's Attorney's Office through his attorney. The witness has identified the girl in the video as the girl he knows to be the niece of S.E. Additionally, the witness identified the scenes from the video as having been from Robert Kelly's house located at 1 Merrose Lane, Olympia Fields, Cook County, Illinois. In the video, the victim repeatedly says she is 14 years old, and Robert Kelly is seen penetrating the victim orally and vaginally, and the victim performs oral sex on Robert Kelly. S.E. has identified the girl in the video as her niece, the victim in this case. The third victim, L.C., was involved in an incident which occurred on February 18, 2003. A grand jury returned an indictment on 1 count of aggravated criminal sexual abuse based on the transmission of semen by Robert Kelly upon any part of the body of the victim for the purpose of sexual gratification during the course of the underlying forcible felony of aggravated criminal sexual assault attempt. On February 18, 2003, at 865 North Larrabee Street in Chicago, Cook County, Illinois, the victim was 24 years old and worked as a hairdresser for Robert Kelly. While the victim was waiting alone in a room for Robert Kelly to come in so she could braid his hair, Robert Kelly entered saying he didn't want his hair braided that day. He wanted his head massaged. At the time he said this, Robert Kelly had his pants pulled down and he was pointing to his penis. Robert Kelly grabbed the victim by the head and tried to force her mouth onto his exposed penis, but the victim was able to resist. Robert Kelly then masturbated and ejaculated onto the victim and spit in her face several times. The shirt the victim was wearing was submitted to the Illinois State Police for DNA testing, and the semen was identified on the shirt. The male DNA identified in the semen sample is a match to Robert Kelly's DNA profile. The fourth victim, JP, was involved in incidents which occurred between May 1st, 2009 and January 31st, 2010. A grand jury returned an indictment on 3 counts of aggravated criminal sexual abuse, on the victim being under the age of 17 and Robert Kelly being more than 5 years older than the victim. This victim attended the criminal trial of Robert Kelly in Chicago in 2008. and met Robert Kelly getting his autograph after court one day. The victim told Robert Kelly how old she was, and he invited her to his house at 1 Merrill's Lane, Olympia Fields, Cook County, Illinois. Between May 1st, 2009 and January 31st, 2010, the victim had vaginal and oral sex with Robert Kelly multiple times. At times, Robert Kelly would spit on her, slap her in the face, and choke her. Aggravated criminal sexual abuse involving 4 victims. The first victim, HW, was involved in incidents which occurred between May 26, 1998 and May 25, 1999.
That happened at our mom's house where it was just me and him left. For one thing, they don't like to be beat. Robert was exonerated in 2008. They didn't like that. So here they came with all these allegations and stuff from these girls after surviving our Kelly hit. And most of those girls were of age when they got with Robert, but they lied and said that they were underage. But when they got on the stands, they were quickly, when they were cross-examined, they got popped.
Let's go back a little bit, if you don't mind, to the I don't remember what year it was, but when he first got charged with the videotape with the young girl. Was that an underage girl or was that Robert? What's the claim there?
Man, all I know is that tape, they don't know where it came from, and they cannot produce the original tape. Now, if that was supposed to be so, where's the tape at? Why can't they produce a tape that's an original if that's supposed to be Robert? Because he was exonerated of those charges, and that's the bottom line. They did not like that, and then here they come with the same thing, but just another way because they didn't tack on a RICO charge and a Mann Act. So they turned this whole thing around, bro. They turned it around, and they were wrong for doing that. Robert is not no head of no empire that whose main purpose is to procure young women to have sex with him. Robert is a musician, an artist, a producer who's been doing, that's his business. That's what he does. He produces music. He does shows. And that's not why he got into the music industry. Robert got into the industry because he loves music. He loves to write. He loves to perform. And he loves his fans.
Was Robert married to Aaliyah? Is that true or false?
Man, that was a hoax. That was a hoax. Supposed to have been what do you call it? That was supposed to be like a stunt.
Tell me more about that. Who put it together? Who arranged it? What was the deal? Give me more information about that.
Man, look, all I know is this, man, because I really don't want to get into that too much, because the thing is, Robert was never ever charged with anything like that. He came out and said that wasn't true. Her mother even came out and said that it wasn't true.
So why are we still speaking on that?
That was not the case. And he's never been charged for that.
Exactly.
Even though, in when they had one of the appeal, one of the attorneys for the government brought up Aaliyah. And, one of the judges is like, he's not being charged with anything like that. It was like they were trying to bring up everything that sounds the worst so they could be on their side, for the judges to be on their side. But if it did not have anything to do with this case per se, period, then it doesn't, it has no place here.
Right.
In the
That's what Judge Linenweber said.
Because Robert was not charged with any of that. But anything that had anything to do with Aaliyah, he was not charged with any of that.
Never.
Her parents did not
Charge him.
say that was true.
So why is everybody else
I
saying
think
it?
they would have charged him. I think they would have, brought charges against him. But that didn't happen.
So when you say that didn't happen, you're saying that he was never in an intimate relationship with her at all?
No, he just told you it was a freaking hole.
The intimate relationship came through the music, and they were close. Robert called me his best friend. She called him her best friend. They developed a relationship during her, the production of her album. They got close, and but not like people think though. So I'm not going to say that they were that close where Robert was doing anything inappropriate with her. It might have looked like this or looked like that or whatever because people listen to what the words of the songs are saying. No. Robert knows how to put music with different genres of people, And Aaliyah just happened to be a young person that appealed to the bubblegum crowd. That's why that album is so successful.
What can you tell me about the beef, shall we call it, or the fallout between R. Kelly and Jay-Z?
Look, he's going back to Jay-Z again.
Well, I'll tell you like this, because I was on the Best of Both Worlds tour.
Like, why do you keep bringing this up, dude? I don't understand.
The day that the tour started, I can tell you this. I knew that it wasn't going to finish. For one thing, Robert wrote and produced most of Best of Both Worlds 1 and 2.
Say it again.
Jay-Z did not want to do Big Chips. He didn't want to do Don't Let Me Die. These are two songs that were the biggest songs on the
record.
On the album.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you not want to do the two biggest songs on the album? Well, because Robert is singing and rapping in those songs.
Mm-hmm.
Jay-Z did not want Robert to be rapping. Because when you say best of both worlds, you got the best at rapping, you got the best at singing.
And Robert could do both.
But if Robert's singing and rapping, what does that say to somebody like Jay-Z?
I want to back up real fast because I forgot to ask you something. Well, I don't think I got an answer unless I missed it. Who arranged this fake marriage between R. Kelly and Aaliyah?
I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly. I just know.
What you mean? Who arranged it?
What was told to me.
Who made up a fake document?
I was,
that's the question y'all should be asking. Why that person never came forward?
I was kind of pissed off because, I'm like, who? That same thing. I was like, who would set something up like that? That's not funny. That's not that's not something that I would have thought about doing. I wouldn't have done that.
So why do you think Robert went along with it? You know what I'm saying? Was he
How did he go along with it?
I mean, why would he go along with something like that?
What did he go along with?
I can't tell you, man.
He's not the one that made the document.
Long as he wasn't in trouble. I did
Exactly. Why are you dwelling on it?
reason to even question
Exactly.
anything.
He was never charged.
I really wasn't. I wasn't there was no need for me to question things and stuff because as long as he's not in any trouble, then let's move on and just be a little bit more mindful about decisions that we make in the future. That's all I was concerned about.
Right. So let's jump back to the R. Kelly and the Jay-Z beef thing. I think you left off saying that Jay-Z didn't want R. Kelly doing certain songs because he was singing and rapping. So at some point the beef had to get bigger than that up into the separation. Can you take us there and show us how that all worked out?
Well, it was like this. There's a lot of people who came to those sold out shows. Those shows were sold out. When Jay-Z didn't want to do those songs, Jay-Z was, because when they came out, it would be both of them, Robert and Jay-Z. They doing songs from the album. Then Robert would go off stage and Jay-Z would do some songs from his past. Then Robert would come on and do songs from his past, or his songs. Jay-Z started bringing in people that he had collaborations with. So when Robert seen that, Robert started doing the same thing. He started bringing in people and doing songs that he collaborated with people. And this went on all the way up till we got to Long Island, New York, the day before Madison Square Garden. There was supposed to be 2 shows at Madison Square Garden. But when we was at Long Island and did that show, Robert brought out Keith Murray had just got out of jail. That day, and he was able to contact Keith and have him come on and do Home Alone. You know, when Keith Murray starts out rapping in that song. When Keith Murray came out into that audience and started singing, Keith Murray rocks, they went bananas in that case, bro. They went bananas.
I told y'all that's why Jay-Z was mad.
Did not like that.
I told y'all, he said Robert was mad because he was getting more love in Chicago than Robert. No, Jay-Z was mad because Robert was getting a lot of love in New York. He did not like that. Why would you think that we gonna believe you saying that you got more love in Chicago than Robert? Make it make sense. Come on. And Robert was doing concerts way longer than Jay-Z. So when he tried to say that Robert was jealous because he was getting way more love in Chicago and Robert performance, it was corny. And then in New York, he said Robert was jealous because he was killing it. And Robert said, I knew he was going to get a lot of love in New York. This is hometown. I expected that. But Robert also has fans who traveled to New York. And then when Robert bought out Ja Rule, Keith Murray, Jay-Z didn't like that. And when I played y'all that interview with the chick from Connecticut, who was like, yeah, Jay, why you still messing with him anyway? Everybody cut him off anyway since the video. And he was like, well, he on the phone right now. You can ask him. Jay-Z never said that it was Robert's fault, the reason they canceled that show in Connecticut. Jay-Z was canceling shows. Robert had canceled shows because of the lighting and the production. And all of a sudden, it was, Robert the only one canceling shows. So then when they got to New York, now Robert getting pepper sprayed, and now Jay-Z blaming Robert for shows being canceled, and I can do New York by myself. And then you sent your homie to run up on this man and pepper spray him. and then you get mad because Robert is worried because he got his kids on the stage and he seeing somebody in the crowd look like they reaching like they got a gun. Why did somebody pepper spray him? Like, why did you have somebody run and say, "Oh, it's strict inside the inside the what was it the Barclay Center? Oh, it's strict inside there. Ain't nobody getting in there with no guns. That nigga tripping." So how strict was it that somebody ran up on him and pepper sprayed him? It wasn't that strict because shouldn't nobody been able to even get that close to him to spray him with no pepper spray. But you can tell Jay-Z was jealous that Robert was getting love like that in New York. And like Bruce said, on Big Chips, Robert was rapping and singing. But for him to say that Robert was trash in Chicago, and Robert was mad because he was getting more love in Chicago, that's bull. And then he let Angie Martinez beating with Robert. I see when they were trying to do what's her name? I think her name is Boone. The chick from the radio station in Connecticut. She was talking mad trash about Robert until Jay-Z was like, "Oh, he's on the phone." "Oh, Robert, you on the phone?" Jenny Boone, that's her name. And she was like, "Jay, why you still working with him? Because word on the street is that y'all beefing." And he's like, "No, we ain't beefing." All of a sudden, when New York show come, now it's Robert's the problem, this, that, the third. No, Jay-Z was mad because Robert was, first of all, he was killing it. And then when he felt the type of way, like somebody was reaching and all that in the audience, he brings his kids out on 2 different songs. He got his wife while he's traveling and all his kids. Jay-Z ain't had no kids or no wife at that time. And it's crazy how he let the industry talk him into beefing with Robert. That was dumb. That was dumb.
We're in New York. They love Rob in New York. So now they've been coming to Madison Square Garden for 2 days. So the 2 shows at Madison Square Garden. So when we get to Madison Square Garden, you know, Robert, everything's going cool. Robert is on stage now by himself, looking down into the audience. He see a guy raise his shirt up and show him a gun. So Rob said, hold on. He had the band stop the playing and start and told the audience, you know, I love what I do. I love my music. I love my fans. I love doing this. He said, but this is my work. This is a job for me. And I can't work. Look at somebody showing me guns. I got my family out here. He dropped the mic and walked off the stage. Jay-Z got the mic and put it up like this and then did like, I don't know what's up with him, but we're going to keep the show going. Like Robert is nuts or something, you know? And so they tried to talk Robert into coming back to finish the show. And he didn't know what he wanted to do. He didn't like that seeing somebody showing him a gun. You know, I don't blame him. So they did Jeff Sharp. Now we didn't tour the world with Jeff Sharp. We done been all overseas. We did these shows all around the world with Jeff Sharp Productions. And this is who put this tour together, Jeff Sharp. So Jeff talked Robert and going back on. So Robert's going to the stage, him and Ja Rule. Now Diddy is on the backstage with Jay-Z's cousin Tashak. So what
That's who makes Robert.
One thing, he wasn't supposed to be there.
Nope.
When they got to the stage, the backstage, they all get sprayed with mace, with pepper spray.
Yep. Tata did it.
Tata sprays Ja Rule, Rob, and Rob's bodyguard. I attempt to chase after him, and Robert grabs me and holds me. No, man. Now I'm choking because the stuff on him.
Now, how it's so strict, but Tata wasn't even supposed to be back there. And y'all remember at that time, it was all that beef with Murder Inc. and 50 Cent, all that stuff, right? But how was so strict? But Tata gets backstage. He wasn't supposed to be back there. And then why was his first movement is to go attack Robert and Ja Rule and Robert's bodyguard? When Jeff Sharp is asking Robert, can he get back on the stage? On his way getting on the stage, why would he be getting attacked? Because he said that he believed somebody in the audience was reaching in their jacket and had a gun. And he was nice enough to say, all right, look, I'll go back on. Why on his way on was he attacked? That seems like to me somebody did not want him to finish performing. Like they wanted to take over and make Robert look bad in their city. Period. Period. And when they want to talk about Robert suing, it wasn't just Robert. Ja Rule sued. Robert had to compensate his bodyguard. And the only way to stop somebody's bodyguard, you know that they strapped. You know that they there to protect Robert, right? What's the only way to handicap them? Mace their eyes. Now they can't. Who can they defend if their eyes is maced? They can't see. Common sense. So if I mace all y'all in your eyes, Robert's not gonna be able to perform. First of all, the mace is all in your mouth. Y'all know how mace is. Somebody spray it, even if they don't directly spray you. If you around it, it might get in your nose, your mouth. If it get on your skin, it start itching, it's burning. So how to disable an individual from stopping to perform, from a bodyguard being able to protect their client, makes them. You can't see. And 9 times out of 10, whoever's around, when they do the mace, they're going to be affected too. That's why they all went to the hospital to get the solution so they could get it out their eyes. Because even Bruce and all of them was still affected just by being around it. So if I mace Ja Rule, your bodyguard, and Robert, Ja Rule can't come on and perform that song that y'all was going to perform. Your bodyguard can't protect you from nobody. He can't see. And Robert can't perform for no songs. He can't see, his mouth burning, everything. So that part of the show is done. Your bodyguard out of here. The person you brought in as a special guest, he can't perform. And Robert himself can. So what does that leave? Jay-Z by himself and the people that he bought out. Period. And the sad thing about it is, like, damn, Ja Rule is from New York. But y'all remember at that time when them Ja Rule had all that beef with a lot of New York individuals, and they was mad that he did that record with Robert and Ashanti when everybody was beefing with Murder Inc. But Jay-Z acted like Robert was his brother and they were so close. And I even got the video that I play for y'all all the time when him and Robert was promoting The Best of Both Worlds. This was after the rumors of the tape. And when Robert was found not guilty, they all was on his top. That's when him and Jay-Z released the actual video of Not Guilty. And that's why that went to #1 and sold millions of records, because it was like Kelly, everybody had all that mouth. He was dropping multiple albums. They all was #1. And then when he was acquitted, that made the Not Guilty song blow up. And that was a major hit for him and Jay-Z. But really, it was because of Robert, because he was acquitted from the case. So it went right along with the song. So Robert was getting major love. And while he was going awaiting trial, they couldn't understand how this man was dropping albums and they all was major hits while he was going through that traumatic situation, awaiting to go to the trial. You had some people out here that was saying he was guilty. You had others that was still supporting him. But while he was going through all that, he dropped multiple albums. And they all was hits from track 1 to the last track on the album. And I don't care who you was as an artist. Everybody wanted a feature from Robert. Everybody wanted to work with him. And let's not forget, I always say Robert is not a label. He wasn't a label. He wasn't out here recruiting artists. Jay-Z was. Jay-Z was recruiting artists. I just watched a video not too long ago where he was talking about when he first signed Rihanna. I did not know Rihanna was 15 years old. I don't know why I did not know she was that young. And he said he got her peoples to fly her to his office, and they signed that deal at 3 o'clock in the morning. She was with him. Was it his office or hotel? I think he said his office. But 3 o'clock in the morning, he was with her, and she was 15 years old. I talked about A Million the other day. A Million had that one album. Jay-Z was majority the writing credits mostly on all of her songs was Sean Carter. I think only like 2 songs on that album she was credited the lyrics. All the rest of the songs she was just credited the vocals. Everybody else was on there as the producer. Sean Carter producer. Beyonce was on one of the songs. Jay-Z was on multiple of the songs. And it was another, I think Memphis Bleak. But what happened to A Million? I didn't know she was that young. Sierra Marie. Foxy Brown. I just was talking about Blue the other day. How she was all in love with Jay-Z, but I think she was of age. And then I thought about it, like, wait a minute, did he name his daughter Blue Ivy after Blue? Because I remember when her and Jay-Z had a little thing. And how she went publicly, like, I don't care if he with Beyonce or whoever, I'm still in love with him. And she was rocking her little Yankees hats. And then Aaliyah. And we can keep going of how many younger girls Jay-Z really was around. And a lot of them he did recruit as artists. But a lot of their careers was done. Once Aaliyah died, and if y'all remember, when Aaliyah attended the VMAs, do y'all remember who was interviewing her with a microphone? Beyonce. Do y'all remember the so-called transgender with the wig on that was all dressed up? And she thought it was Aaliyah thought it was a what do they call them? She thought it was a transgender, but what do they call them? The ones that be doing the runway and all of that. It was Nick Cannon. Y'all remember that? When Nick Cannon was dressed in that wig and had on that skirt and fake boobs and all that. Aaliyah thought that was a real gay male transgender. She didn't know it was Nick Cannon. And he ran up to her, Aaliyah, Aaliyah. Y'all remember that? They had Nick Cannon dressed as a whole freaking gay male. But Aaliyah thought it was a transgender. And Beyonce was the one who walked up to Aaliyah and she had the microphone. So it just shows you where everybody was at that time when Aaliyah was here. Beyonce was nowhere near Aaliyah's status at that time. And we see where Nick Cannon was at because they had him dressed like a damn a gay dude with a wig on and a whole skirt. Makeup, all that. Aaliyah. That's how much the industry was doing a lot of our men just for some bucks. They had Nick Cannon dressed in a whole wig, skirt, a crop top, heels, and everything. That Aaliyah didn't even know it was him until months after that it was Nick Cannon. That's how well he was performing that day. And what they had on him. And that whole wig and everything. But it just shows when Aaliyah was during that time, Beyonce was behind the microphone at the awards interviewing Aaliyah. When Aaliyah passed away, Beyonce blew up. Because I always say that Beyonce is overrated to me. Do I like some of her music? Yeah, when she was with Destiny's Child, I liked them 2 albums. But her herself, she's overrated to me. Like, people made her something she wasn't. They hyped her whole her music, her voice, all of that. And what a lot of people didn't know was that's why when Cassie's girlfriend came out and spoke on, a lot of writers were complaining who had written for Beyonce's recent album that she did, not the country album, the one before that, that she paid them pennies, and that she is the on her album she's written down as the lyrically. All the credits for the lyrics, the vocals, is her. So do I blame the ghostwriters for accepting those terms? Yeah. Because ain't no way you gonna give me these and you gonna take over the publishing and you gonna be on the album as the lyrics. So she gives them a certain amount of money, and when she gives them that money, she owns the lyrics now. She's not putting your name down, she's not giving you credit. This is why you accept this money. So partially I blame them for that. Because you could easily say, no, I ain't taking that deal. And if you can't give me my publishing and all that, you can't get this song. But no, they go ahead and accept it. So it's not like other artists where they put the ghostwriters down as the lyrics and give them the publishing and their credit. Beyonce doesn't do that. Future, he wrote Drunk in Love. He said he sent Beyonce the record and she told him she didn't like it. She never sent it back. Just 7 months later, he hear on the radio Beyonce new single Drunk in Love featuring Jay-Z. And he like, oh snap, she used the song. Because the original was Future on the rap part. And he was looking for a female to do the female version. Do you think she put Future down on the credits as the lyrics? She didn't even tell him that she used the song. And he was like, it's good. You know, he got other music, he ain't stressing it. And she was like, so wait a minute, you don't feel like you owe nothing? He like, no, it's cool. Like, you know, she didn't tell me she was using it. He first told me she didn't like it, but set on it, eventually used it, and didn't even give the man the publishing nor credit him on the song. How you do that? Like you think you that big that you take a song somebody created, later use the song, make money off the song, and don't even give the person the credit who actually created, produced it, not just the lyrics for the song, but also produced it. And he just was like, oh, it's good. You know, I got other songs. I ain't worried about it. But apparently you spoke on it, so you were worried. You wanted people to know that you actually the one that produced that song. But you don't do that. But people hype a lot of her music up as if she's producing it and writing all her music. Beyonce is one of the main artists who has a lot of ghostwriters, but she just takes over the lyrics and the producing. So it looks like, oh no, Beyonce wrote this. Oh no, Beyonce produced this. Because she pays the ghostwriters under the table. She don't give them credit like other artists will give the writer put their name out there. The producers put their name out. She don't do that. She want people to think that she produced it and she wrote it. And what happens is she gets all of the royalties. The person that wrote it don't get a dime. So that's what Tiffany Red was speaking on about Beyonce and how a lot of these writers don't get nowhere near the money they should. They don't get the credit. They don't get the publishing. They accept them little pennies while the artist gets the song blow up and make millions and millions of dollars off of it. And for life. While the ghostwriter just gets a little check and that's it. While they watching this artist blow up off of this song that they produced and provided the lyrics for. So when Aaliyah passed away, it just seemed like everybody shifted to Beyonce. They even call the internet Beyonce's internet. I don't understand that. How is this Beyonce's internet? I don't get it. But I just think that she's overrated. And it seems like when Aaliyah died, Jay-Z didn't want no female artist above Beyonce or nowhere near her. And it's rumored, allegedly, that he blackballed a lot of female artists just so that Beyonce can surpass everybody and so that she can stay at the top. Because still to this day, they got her at the top. And I don't get it. Even the new artists that come in, R&B, that do different genres, they will never let them get even close or come out and say, "Oh wow, they're more better than Beyonce," or "They're up there with Beyonce." No, they place everybody below her. And again, they say this is Beyonce's internet. I don't get that part. How does her internet? But if Aaliyah was still here, do y'all think that this would be Beyonce's internet? I don't think Beyonce's career would have been nowhere near where it's at if Aaliyah was still here. So Rihanna signed a deal with Jay-Z at 3 in the morning, he said. And at first he didn't want to sign her because she was just like looking for what did he say? He don't like to sign artists that's just worrying about artists that just want to be hit records. He want artists that's going to be like albums and different genres, and he don't want the artist that's going to be drop a song and the song blow up, and then they drop another song 7, 8 months from now, and then that song blow up. Like he don't want artists that's just dropping hit songs. So he said at first he didn't want Rihanna because all she was, I guess, she just was thinking she could just do hit songs. And I think he said he listened to something and he told her that she was going to be a bigger artist than that. And a lot of people say that he slept with her allegedly, and that was the whole reason why Beyonce album, what was it, Becky with the Good Hair, I think, and Ring the Alarm, that album is when he supposed to have was cheating. The whole Solange fighting him in the elevator was supposed to be because he was cheating. Anytime your sister attacks your husband, Beyonce, trying to think, was they married at that time? I think they was. That's something. She attacking him over her sister. Your sister ain't attacking your man in no elevator unless it's regarding something he did to you. Ain't like Beyonce jumped in and like, don't be hitting my man and none of that. So that's how everybody knew that whatever Solange was attacking him over was because Beyonce. But again, he's not perfect. Nobody is. But the whole best of the world, I really think that he didn't like that. And then plus, Jay-Z never performed with Robert on no tour. So as much as he probably heard about Robert being this amazing performer and him knowing that Robert was an amazing performer, I don't know if he underestimated it. I don't know. But I'm going to let y'all hear it once we're done listening to Bruce. and how he said that Robert think he better than everybody else. That's his problem. His staff is scared to even talk to him. They won't even knock on his trailer, and he going down the wrong road because he want to be in a room where he the only smart person in the room, and everybody is kissing his behind. And I'm like, where did this come from? You just was on Jenny Boone's saying that it wasn't Robert's fault why Connecticut was canceled. It was the production wasn't together. And Robert said that he spent millions of dollars on these shows. He expects for the lighting and the production to be right. And he like, I'm not doing no half-ass shows. That's not me. Jay-Z said nothing. He was laughing and everything. Robert said, me and Jay married. When she kept saying, oh, y'all beefing or whatever. And Robert like, man, we grown men, but we ain't married. Like, so you could tell how they was trying to get them to beef. At first, Jay-Z wasn't falling for it, but when he got to New York, he fell for it.
Me. And we had to take Rob to the hospital, man. You know, but while we at the hospital, we listened to Jay-Z on the radio.
Told you.
Saying, you know, Robert is nuts. Nobody can get a gun to Madison Garden.
And see, that's why I respect Robert, because I knew that Robert heard Jay-Z on the radio talking trash. And after Robert left the hospital, he went right up there to Angie Martinez. Robert wasn't ducking nothing. And this is how I knew Jay-Z was all talk. Because why would you leave when Robert coming up? After you done said all this stuff. She said, oh, Robert team called in, he's on his way up. Oh, I'm getting out of here. Why you leaving, Jay? You just had all his mouth, and then you lied and told Angie Martinez that you stepped to Robert. And she said, oh, you told him that? Yeah, I told him that. Robert straight was like, come on now. He didn't say none of that to me. Oh, well, when Jay was up here, he said, of course he's going to say that. But he didn't say none of that to me. And Robert wasn't hyped. He was calm and all that. And Robert said, I'm not jealous of Jay. I know what Jay can do and what he bring to New York. And Robert like, I got too much confidence in myself. What the hell I'm going to be jealous of another man for? But Robert heard everything he was saying on the radio. See, Jay thought, I guess Robert wasn't going to get back to him that he was on the radio talking trash. But a real man would have stayed there. And whatever you had to say about Robert, you could have said it right there while both of y'all was on the radio. Why would you leave? You got all this to say, you could say it to him right then and there. But that's what let me know right then and there, like, you ain't really got beef with him for real. You letting these people hype this up. Because you didn't perform how you really wanted to, or you felt like Robert was doing much better. So instead, I'm going to blame it on this whole thing that Robert's tripping, he's crazy, this why the concert went this way, this why all it is him. Oh, I can perform the rest of the show by myself. I don't need him. Knowing damn well that wasn't going to be possible. Because if that's the case, why you didn't do the best of both worlds by yourself? Common sense.
Yo, dude tripping. He must be tripping. But I don't work for him. I'm that nigga. I'm that nigga
That's what he said.
That's Jay-Z on the radio.
Yeah.
Do you think that Jay-Z had anything to do with the production of Surviving R. Kelly?
I'm not gonna say the production of it, but I know that I believe that he funded the money to Dream Hampton to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that, yeah.
Not just Dream Hampton, the other girl, I can't think of her name. Because I had the videos, which I showed over here. I don't know why I can't think of her name. The dark skin one. She was at Beyonce's feminist tour, and when Jermaine Dupri and Jay-Z was there, she was in the hotel with them, and her title of her post was "Me and My Brothers," because before she did Surviving R. Kelly, she was always the person with the camera behind the scenes. She would do concerts, all different type of things, but she was the person, the production, the one with the camera. This was her first time in Surviving R. Kelly that she was actually producing and directing something. That's why she always said this was her first big ever project, and that's why a lot of people do believe Jay-Z funded it, because not only did he have a relationship with Dream Hampton, but he had a relationship with her too. I don't know why I can't think of her name right now, but the Dustin one, it was her and Dream Hampton. But I actually found footage of her hanging with Jay-Z and them. Footage of her hanging with Beyonce and them. So when Don Russell said one of the last concerts of Robert's, when he found out that Lifetime was producing it, he said he told Rob, you know, Lifetime producing this concert, whatever. And he said Robert was like, he didn't know, but he wasn't worried about it. He was doing his job. That's because she, again, before Surviving R. Kelly, she was always the person behind the scenes with the camera, the production crew. She was the main person of production. So that's why I always believe how Cheryl Mack got close with her, because remember, Cheryl Mack wanted to put out that book, and Robert told her, you can do whatever you want, just don't add me in your book. That's how, to me, the story started of Surviving R. Kelly, was Cheryl Mack and her. And then for Charlemagne and John Legend to be speaking, oh yeah, come on, it's common sense. Just look at the people who they brought in to speak against Robert. Common sense.
As far as production and all that, I think Dream took care of that. You know.
And why do you believe that?
Well, because they go back. Dream Hampton didn't have that kind of money.
Mm-mm.
She had that kind of money to do a production like that. You know. So, but
no, but also, no. I showed y'all over here, those two white guys, they are the actual main CEOs behind Lifetime and A&E. Don't ever think Dream Hampton and them was. No, they just used them to tell the story and to bring all the black people forward. But them two white guys, which I'll show you their picture, they were the main ones that was the CEOs of Lifetime and A&E. And that's how Judge Ann Donnelly's daughter got brought up, because she is a part of A&E. So that's how that whole thing, I think her name is Tyra Banks. I mean, not Tyra Banks. Tarana Burks. I think that's her name. The one who worked with Dream Hampton on Surviving R. Kelly. I think that's it. Tarana Burks. I might be saying it wrong. I got her picture.
Jay-Z being close with her, as close as he is, that's the only place he could come from. And then judging by the...
But the white guys that was the CEO of Lifetime and A&E, they would have easily put up the production for that. So I don't believe that Jay-Z had to give money for the production. I believe that Jay-Z might have been behind the suggestions and contacting the individuals for them to get them to come speak on there, like the Charlemagne's and John Legends and stuff like that. I believe that he helped them with that, but Lifetime and A&E, they wouldn't need nobody else to put the money up for the production. They would have had that money to do that. So I never thought that they needed Jay-Z for the money. I just think he was there for the resources, so they can pull different people out and get in touch with certain people to get them on the platform. That's what I thought. They and how Charlemagne dragged Robert on the Breakfast Club. They needed people to promote Surviving R. Kelly. I think that's where Jay-Z came in. Like I said, the resources. But I don't think that Lifetime and A&E needed a rapper slash businessman to fund the money, because A&E and Lifetime, they would have had that money. We're not talking about Dream Hampton money and Tarana Brooks. No, we're not talking about their money. You gotta remember, is owners of Lifetime and A&E who are not black. And if this is a story like R. Kelly, they would have easily funded that money, and not even just funding the money, they would have had mad sponsors who would have easily funded the money just because they want to see R. Kelly go down. So, you need some money for a documentary on R. Kelly? Okay. You need makeup artists to make up the women? Okay. You need multiple hotels, and you need multiple round trip flights. That's what I mean by Jay-Z resources, like the airline to did the round trip tickets for the females to fly in and out, the different hotels that they booked for all the people that was staying to be filmed, wardrobe, makeup. Now all of that they probably had to do by themselves. Lifetime and A&E probably ain't provide all that, but I'm pretty sure, in my opinion, that Lifetime and A&E, they definitely fronted the budget money for the production. When they was driving back and forth with Dominique's mom, when she was acting like she was looking for where Dominique was at, what hotel, no. That's what I mean by budget. Wherever the production had to go to film, whoever they had to meet, to film, where they went with Ashanti McGee inside of Robert's mansion to film, like gas money to get back and forth, all of that stuff. I believe A&E definitely provided that because it's R. Kelly. They knew it was going to be big, and they knew they were going to make more, way more than what they put out for the budget of the documentary. That's like you flipping your money 10, 20 times. Who's not going to invest in that? That's why they got Emmy Awards. And remember, when I read the company that Angelo worked under, The lighting company, they also work with the Emmys. That lighting company that Angelo worked for, they also work with all those artists, but they also work with the Emmy Awards. So when they had that that event for the awards with the Emmys, I was like, wow, I bet you Christy Lights was working during that event, and that's probably how Angelo and his wife was able to get up in there and all of that too. Yep. These people ain't got no money and they putting up money buying tickets and all. No. Everybody got some type of scam going through this person and that person to get to this to get to that. Period.
They Robert and Jay-Z, you know, yeah, let's do this.
How often do you talk to your brother right now today?
Well, Robert, I don't talk to him a lot. He uses his time a lot to talk to his you know, to enjoy. So it's very, it's not that often. I don't talk to him a lot. I write him, I write him a lot. I send him pictures and stuff with his kids and of us and family and stuff like that.
How much do you miss him?
I mean, I miss out my brother, man. I mean, I miss his, being at the studio and, laughing.
But wasn't the catty white person, wasn't she supposed to have been a fan or something like that of Jay-Z? That's what I thought. I thought she was supposed to be this obsessed fan that just loved Jay-Z, and she had did a song or something like that going at Beyonce. And then she just mysteriously passed away. Then it was another fan not too long ago, or might have been some years, that also mysteriously popped up unalive that was supposed to be a fan. I don't know if she was a fan of Jay or Beyonce. I know it was supposed to be two of them because I just watched a video not too long ago on TikTok, and Beyonce just did that country album, and it's a song on that album where she speaks about one of the females that was unalive that was a fan. And I think one of them was that one that was supposed to be obsessed over Jay-Z. They bought in Aaliyah, like they tried to say, she said something like, "I'm just like my daddy. I'm as bad as the the Titanic or the end of the Titanic," or something like that. But TikTok broke it down with the lyrics that they brought up like three females that mysteriously was unalive, and they think that Beyonce was behind it.
Both were silly,
That's why they always said they always thought that Jay-Z loved Aaliyah a lot, and they always felt like Beyonce was behind that. And look how she like kind of got rid of One I was just talking about, Rihanna. Like that's why Rihanna had to go and do her own thing, and she got from underneath the label because I believe that Jay-Z was a serial cheater, literally. I don't believe it was this perfect husband. No, always say how you meet them is how they're going to be when you're with them. They're not just going to change because you married them now. If you met them dealing with multiple women and being a cheater, they're going to be the same way once you get in a marriage with them. And like I said, I will never forget when Solange attacked him in that damn elevator. And her sister didn't once grab her sister like, get off my man, or what are you? She let her sister do that. So that let me know that Solange attacking him was definitely had something to do with whatever he did to our sister.
Humor. So I missed that. But the main thing that bothers me is that he's away from his kids, man. And I hate that. I really hate that they took him from his kids, man. And he's feeling that, Robert is feeling that. He's feeling missing, and missing his kids, And, all I do is just pray, bro. I pray, that God continue to strengthen him so that he'll be able to endure this, this time, because I know Robert's gonna come home. I know he's gonna come home, and it ain't gonna be no 30 years. I just stay prayerful, man, and just ask God to keep his strength up. Because what he's going through, it's not no easy thing. It's not no easy thing because they going to prosecute a person for for his personal life, man. I mean, what they prosecute Robert for, this is happening in the industry right now. Look, what's his name? Harvey Epstein? Yeah. He didn't get charged with no
Rico.
and he really had an empire of people
Yeah.
that knew what they were doing.
And he
They
traveled
knew
across
they were
state lines. And that's why Epstein, not Epstein, I'm talking about the Playboy. And that's why he eventually moved his mansion to Vegas. It was either Vegas or LA. And then he had another Playboy mansion over here in Jersey. Act like they was coming down on him in Chicago. And that's why a lot of people say if they ran him out of Chicago, what made R. Kelly think he was going to be able to have all the women in Chicago. But yep, I remember when he picked up out of Chicago and he started I think it was even Vegas to LA. And I know he had a couple of the female accusers of his claimed that they were R-worded by Don King at the mansion in Jersey. But Epstein and Maxwell, they didn't get no Rico. And you talking about this man was bringing minors to a freaking island and get off the island unless they got on a goddamn private jet. They couldn't get up and just get in the car and leave unless they was gonna swim across the damn island to the other side of the island. They couldn't leave that island unless they got on a jet or a plane. Period. So that's not to cross state line. Somehow to cross the island. Like if he had them over there, now that's kidnapping. For real, for real. I can't leave unless a plane come get me or a private jet. Can't nobody hear me if I'm screaming, I'm stranded on a island surrounded by water. And you got all these celebrities and big time multi-millionaires and billionaires that attended this man island that was even on the flight records. You got the queen, the royal queen's son, who one of the accusers claimed essayed her. And right before it was time for this man to go to court, they did a undisclosed settlement. And you ain't never hear about the media bashing him since. She came out and said whatever she said about him. She put out a picture. She just put out a picture of her with him and Gazelle Maxwell in the picture. That didn't prove that he essayed her. But because he was a part of the royal family, because they had plenty of money, they didn't want him going through the court and all that. And they wanted to get him unattached from Epstein. So the day before he was supposed to be going to court for her claim, they had a settlement. They didn't come out and say what was the money he get. No, you didn't hear nothing else about the queen's son. That female claimed he did all this to her. And another thing about her that I start not believing her. When I found out how much money that them attorneys got for a lot of accusers, they had opened up a whole separate escrow for them women. And they collected millions. Because Epstein had it a way where they couldn't go at his estate. He signed all that off to his only brother. So they couldn't touch that. But it was other things like charities that he did and different things, other things he opened up. But they got millions. Millions. So I think with the whole Gazelle Maxwell thing, he ain't here no more. They already got the money that they wanted. I think because he wasn't here, they had to charge her. And because them females kept saying she was there, she also recruited them over there. And she was there when he was abusing them and all of that. She had to take the fall. You know how many people Gazelle Maxwell could have gave up? You know how many people names she could have said? But I think when she seen that Epstein, when they claimed the same jail that Robert was at, the MCC, that man unalived himself and put a sheet at the top of the cell that got a whole camera in the cell. And the time frame that they claimed that he hung himself wouldn't have been, he wouldn't have had that much time to be able to get that thing up there and get himself up there to hang himself. And no, it's no way. And all of a sudden the guards, oh my bad, we was asleep. So we weren't paying attention, so we didn't see the camera. Oh, what a convenience. Stop it. They unalived that man. And once she seen that happened, they let her know, you better not speak on nobody. And that's why Gazelle Maxwell ain't bringing my name up. And I'm pretty sure they taking care of her very well in jail. Because I don't know if people know who her father was. But he was a menace. I think he was a part of the Rothschild thing and all of that. Our dad was a menace. She could have gave up so many people names. that was around at them parties and on that island and everything else. But some of those accusers in that case, I didn't believe. You talking about a damn billionaire. You think women ain't gonna lie? You know how many parents he bought houses and mansions and businesses and all of that. Parents that knew, that just passed their daughters up to him. None of them parents went to jail either. And they went to the same New York, Southern District. But what I didn't understand was, where's the racketeering in the RICO at? And they gave Gazelle Maxwell 20 years, gave Robert 30. Crazy.
These girls for him to take to his private island, you know, and they didn't even charge him with no man act.
Nope. And that's definitely saying that he traveled across state lines for purpose of sex.
Basically, the law broke the law. They broke the law. What do you do when the law breaks the law? Who do you turn to? How do you fix that when the law breaks the law? Because that's exactly what's been happening here, man. No employee should have gotten his records, listening to his private phone calls with his attorneys, and then give it to a witness for the government. That alone should be grounds for dismissal.
I know that once he got to MCC in Chicago, he met a guy named Ronnie Bo.
Yeah, we know, because you interviewed him.
I'm sure you know Ronnie. He connected us. And what does Robert tell you about his friendship with?
Oh, so he said Ronnie Bo connected him to Bruce. Okay.
Robert is the type of person that he's very suspicious of things, you know. And I'm not gonna say that, you know, that because Robert just met him while being locked up, you know. But Ronnie has he got great love for Robert. And I told him that I appreciate that. But, you know, there were some instances where he was talking on somebody's platform. I was watching this one time, and he was talking about Robert and Jay-Z and stuff like that. And I really did. I hadn't talked to him yet, but I wanted to get in contact with him and asked him not to, you know.
Told you. Told you.
Not to bring that up so much.
Told you.
First of all, Robert is still locked up.
Told you. And I didn't even see this interview. I'm watching it as y'all hearing it. Didn't I just say that? Didn't I just say that? Because I know Robert. That's not cool to be going around here saying those things again because this man is locked up. People can send people to do things to people while they're locked up. And if you know Robert's character, you know that he's not just going to tell somebody he just met. First of all, Robert spoke on what's his name? The one, the drug trafficker. The big drug trafficker from Mexico. His nephew was in the MDC, and they sent an informant in there to try to get some information out of him. And damn sure enough, the nephew went talking about the organization, his uncle El Chapo, his uncle, everything else. That dude was in there for some credit cards and fraud. Then they got him on drug trafficking. They got more info. They sent the informant in the MDC, act like he was an inmate, and got the nephew to talk. So Robert already talked about how he didn't trust nobody in there when he seen that happen to El Chapo's nephew. How they sent the informant in there to get information out of the nephew. And it worked. So that's why when I did the interview with Ronnie Bo, I didn't get into none of that. What was him and Robert doing in jail? What was Robert talking to him about? Aaliyah, Jay-Z? I didn't even touch that. Because I'm not about to. That's first of all, that's not helping Robert get out of jail. That's for one. For two, that's opening up a lane that it's not helping Robert get out of jail. For three, it's not helping Robert get out of jail. That's starting a narrative to open up other content creators and YouTubers to start this narrative on the Jay-Z, Aaliyah, the Illuminati. I think he said recently, because I didn't hear him talking like that at first. When he put the song out about Robert and all that, I liked it, the song and everything. Even when people was out here saying, "Oh, he clout Jay-Z," he put out a song saying FJZ and all of that. I liked the song, and I felt like at that time wasn't nobody standing up for Robert, so I respected what he was doing. But then he started doing interviews with bigger YouTubers. And I think one of them was with some dude, and they were arguing or something. Forget the guy name, dark skin, short guy, brown skin guy. Him and Ronnie Bo was arguing, and Ronnie Bo left his platform. And I think he kept asking Ronnie about Jay-Z and something else. And I think Ronnie got irritated. Like, yo, man, you put my life in danger. You put something up on your platform or something. And I think this was right around the time he got shot. So the boy was like, well, you shouldn't be, you said it or stand by what you said or something like that. I forget what platform it is. It's that brown skin guy who Ronnie did the interview with. And they had like a little disagreement. And Ronnie Bo was saying, like, kept telling him stop going into the topic he was going into about Jay-Z. He was like, man, like, you put my life in danger or something like that. And so when I see these recent interviews and they put the titles out, Kelly's ex-cellmate said Jay-Z shot him over him speaking out on R. Kelly and exposing Jay-Z and Illuminati, and that ain't cool. And the last cellmate that Robert had that spoke on Shabazz platform, he was a nut. He was definitely a nut. He was all Joe with Robert in the jail, and then he come home cloud chasing. Oh yeah, I was up Chicago with Robert. I was up there when the boy attacked him. Yeah, we ain't jumping it. You know, like, we ain't had nothing to do with that. Like, but Robert feeding you talking about Robert giving y'all food to eat, and he went into the same thing. But he said Robert wouldn't speak on nothing. That was the only truth that he said. That when he tried to get information out of Robert about Aaliyah, and he said Robert wouldn't speak on none of that. And he said that Robert used to talk to his girl 24/7, and if his girl leave him, or if he don't get to talk to his girl, he'll go off, because that's what mainly all he was doing in Chicago. And at first Robert was real stressed out. And he said they used to try to get him to come out the cell, and that's when Robert first went in. But when he got on Shabazz platform, he tried to allege that Robert was having sex with his cellie. He tried to allege that Robert was like men. He was calling Robert a punk. Talking about Robert was in there crying. All this slanderous stuff on Shabazz platform. But I started to notice when he came out, he was clout chasing. He was under every post on Instagram. Oh yeah, I was locked up with him. I just was in there with him. I mean, neighborhood talk, shade room. He was just waiting for somebody to notice him, saying that he was just locked up with Robert. Who noticed him? Shabazz. And Shabazz ran with what he told him. So when I noticed that him and Ronnie's stories were totally different, and Ronnie never said he knew nothing about the ball. So that didn't make sense to me. Like, if he was in the show next to him, why wouldn't he knew about Ronnie Bell? If Ronnie said he's the one and others who got Robert to come to general population. Prior to that, remember, as soon as Robert got to the NBC, he went to the hole because they told him to go in a cell with a cellie, and Robert thought that he had an option. So he was like, no, I'm going to cell by myself. And they was like, oh no, it's not an option. We telling you that you going in there. So Robert just getting to the jail. He ain't trusting nobody like that. So he like, no, I don't want to go in the cell with nobody. So they tell him like, oh well, we're gonna send you to the hole. So Robert ain't thinking how the hole was. He didn't know what no hole was. He thinking they just gonna send him to a cell by himself. And they sent him to the damn shoe. And that's when that lawyer, that video I'm always playing that said when he went to see Robert, he was really concerned about his mental health because they had him next to a serial killer. And the way they had him shackled up and locked up, he said they shouldn't even had him like that because he wasn't charged or nothing. He was being accused at that moment. And when he went back to see Robert, he was really concerned because he said that him being in that hole, it really messed him up. He wasn't the same. So Ronnie said that him and others um, found a way to get Robert in general population because he was an author and he wanted to get Robert's side of the story of what was going on, and he wanted to write a book. And I think that that was the wrong approach, and that's probably why Robert didn't want to sign that contract with him and open up because Robert probably felt like, the first thing you saying to me is you want to write a book about my side of the story. I think he should have went about it a little differently. Not the first thing you say is I'm an author, because Robert's so used to people taking advantage of him. Not saying Ronnie Moore was going to do that, but at that time, I don't think Ronnie knew everything that had happened to Robert. But I think Robert just was looking at it like, maybe he only want to be close to me because he want to write a book. And I think that's why Robert didn't really open up the way he probably would have. But Ronnie claimed that Robert did open up as far as these interviews go. But like I said, I don't believe it. Like Robert don't never talk about Aaliyah to nobody. And I don't see him dragging Jay-Z all of a sudden while he's in jail. That don't make any sense. Robert know how this go, and the whole time that this man was locked up, he ain't never throw nobody else under the bus. He ain't never speak of no other artists. He could have. He could have said multiple people. He never did that. So I just don't see why he wouldn't sign a contract with Ronnie Blow for him to write that book. But he just gonna just give him free information. It just doesn't sound right. And if Ronnie feel like he got shot because of him talking about Jay-Z, then why would we put Robert in that predicament to say he said that Jay-Z was a part of the Illuminati and Jay-Z was a nut, and I mean, there's a lot of things he said in this last interview with this guy that's doing this interview with Bruce. I never heard him speak like that about Robert said these certain things. and that Jay-Z was set him up, and he said a lot. I never heard Ronnie speak like that. So some people feel like it's cloud chasing. Some people feel like they believe him. Some people feel like again that he's just doing it for his own well and good. And like I said, it's going to get back to Robert. I'm pretty sure. And Robert will speak on it sooner than later because again, I just don't see him saying all those things about Jay-Z to somebody he just met in jail because that could have been Jay-Z cousin. That could have been somebody Jay-Z was related to. Why would he just go talking about him to a stranger? So I know when I interviewed him, that's why I never spoke on none of that. My main focus was the injustice. Ronnie Bo had a nice lawsuit against the officers that framed him when he was trying to get all of those inmates in that lawsuit regarding the pandemic when they were treating them with inhumane treatment at the jail, wasn't letting them wash up, wasn't feeding them, keeping them in the cell. I think he said they was in the cell for like months without showers and all of that stuff. So that lawsuit, that's in the court of human rights, which is outside of the government. That's what I was interested in. All that other stuff, I didn't even touch that. And when he caught that case where they tried to say he was drug trafficking from I think Milwaukee to Chicago, and he wound up beating that case. And that case was with the DEA. So I was more interested in that, not nothing else.
I don't know what somebody might try to do while Robert is still locked up.
Exactly.
And I don't want nobody thinking that Robert got him doing this, that, and the other for him. That's not the case.
And this blogger putting it out.
Ronnie Bo cool, he a cool brother.
But you should step to this blogger though, because the same blogger who's doing this interview, he put the title that Ronnie Bo was shot because of Jay-Z and because he spoke out against Jay-Z regarding Rkelly. And I think he said the Illuminati or something like that. So why would this blogger make a title like that when that's going to get people to come and watch the video? It's like clickbait, and a lot of bloggers is doing that now. This whole clickbait thing, I hate it. But again, you don't do that while somebody's in jail in North Carolina. You don't know who.
You're a cool guy. Sometimes we do things though, and we know not what we do. I know a little bit more than he do because I've been out there. I've been on tour. I've been on tour and been around Jay-Z and so forth. I know the type of person that this guy is, man. And I don't want nothing to happen to my brother before he get out of there. Simple and plain. And I was explaining that to him, and I wasn't saying that it will intentionally happen, but I appreciate that he told me he gonna fall back, and I appreciated that. He a stand-up guy, bro. Because he could say, well, I'm talking about me and da-da-da-da, and I can do what I want to do. But he didn't say that.
But the point of the matter is that to me, it's not even about the falling back part, because I think the damage has already been done. Because it's not like the bloggers is going to take down the interviews that he already did. And I don't think Ronnie told them to put those titles, but the titles is crazy. And let me see. Let me see what this title say. Wait a minute, did he change the title? Oh, it say R. Kelly cellmate speaks how Jay-Z allegedly shot him. I met R. Kelly in prison, exposed Jay-Z, and then got shot. That's crazy to me. Like you're involving R. Kelly, and it seemed like the blogger is trying to say that Ronnie is saying that he met R. Kelly in jail. He came out and spoke on what R. Kelly told him, and then got shot by Jay-Z. It's crazy. And that video got 301K views. This man don't got no views in his videos over 20K. 4,000, 11,000, 6,000, 4.5 thousand, 38,000, 6,000, 4,000, 24,000. And you mean to tell me that video with Ronnie Bo saying Jay-Z shot him got 301,000? 301,000 views. The most views this man, and look, this other video with Ronnie Bo, the unheard confessions of R. Kelly. R. Kelly tells Ronnie Bo what happened with Aaliyah Damon Dash. R. Kelly almost married Beyonce. Like, where is this coming from? So I think since he had this interview with Ronnie Bo and he got over 300,000 views, he ain't never got them type of views on none of his videos. I mean, none. Like, I see 10,000, 8,000, 14. He ain't never got over 100,000 views on none of these videos. Only R. Kelly video about Ronnie Bo that saying Jay-Z shot is the only video I see that say 300,000 views. So I know out of them 300,000 people that watch this video, some people might believe it. Some people that don't use their common sense will run with it. Oh, Jay-Z allegedly shot R. Kelly's ex-cellmate because he exposed. And then this one say R. Kelly tells his ex-inmate what happened with Aaliyah Damon Dash knows too. Ronnie Bo, the unheard confession
So did R. Kelly.
of R. Kelly and what really happened to Aaliyah. That's what I'm saying. Like,
He ever discussed with you the beef behind Jay-Z and Dame Dash?
I want Jay-Z to collaborate.
At what age
I wasn't paying attention to Foxy Brown. But I didn't sound Foxy Brown. It seems like you got a question for Jay. So the arrangement first was to have him date Aaliyah. She didn't really want to do it with Jay.
I, in my mind, truly believe that Dame Dash know exactly what happened to Aaliyah.
So I was going out of it. Jay was going out of it. He knew before
I don't know, man. What do you think about that? but I'm gonna keep it 100 with you, right? I, in my mind, truly believe that Dame Dash know exactly what happened to Aaliyah. And I'm gonna tell you why. It's like when he talk about her, whenever her name come up, he got this weird, odd look, feel, energy to him. He wasn't coming. He was attracted about it, you know. So I was going at it, you know, Jay was going at it. So you know, before I
Told you.
it was just like for not just ended up. I don't know, man. What do you think about that?
Told you Jay-Z knew it first.
Tied in for sure. He knew about the agenda, like, you know, around the time Pac and Big was, you know, running the hip hop culture, you know, before they died. You know, Pac was seen in a romantic relationship with Janet Jackson in the movie Poetic Justice. Even though they was never like publicly in a relationship, they genuinely liked each other, and you know the image was threw out there to the culture that, you know, Pac and Janet date. You know what I mean? And then you see Big end up with Faith. You know, we probably don't look at Faith like that today, but during that time she was like, we, you know, like how people look at Beyonce. You know what I'm saying? So Big had actually married, you know what I'm saying, the baddest in the industry, you know, and then, you know, Pac was supposedly, you know, had a thing with Janet Jackson, if not just in the movie, you know, but you know, the record executives and, you know, the people who create narratives and make certain agendas in the industry, they saw how relationships could you know, boost sales, and, you know, even with songs, you know what I'm saying? If Jay-Z and Beyonce in a relationship and Jay-Z make a song about cheating, you know, it make it seem more realistic, like, oh, they talking about each other in these songs, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, the controversy makes the song sell more. So they was trying to, you know, decide who to put in position as the head of our culture, basically. You know what I'm saying? They won't really, it's easier for them to be able to control the culture when they could do it through one person. So it came down to, okay, we're gonna put, you know, Rkelly in power or Jay-Z? And of course, you know, hip hop was more influential than R&B to the culture. So it's like we gotta put Jay-Z, you know what I'm saying, in the forefront and make him the man. So the arrangement first was, you know what I'm saying, to have him dating Aaliyah. And just like what's going on with Jay-Z and Beyonce now, she wasn't gonna be able to date nobody else or whatever. And she didn't really want to do it with Jay. You know what I mean? And, when they
Who didn't want to do it with Jay? Because we all seen them pictures of Aaliyah and Jay-Z, and every picture he's grabbing her waist. Every picture she got her butt back up all the way on him. You never seen her in no pictures with Robert, and inappropriate. But every picture that she got with Jay-Z, he holding her by her waist. She's all the way backed up on him. Even the pictures that I got with her and Jay-Z and Diddy. Diddy was in them pictures too when she was with Jay. She sure looked like she liked it to me.
You know, was bringing Aaliyah around. Jay to try to make the arrangements. You know, Dame was around for a lot of that, and you know, Aaliyah actually liked it. Dame, she was close to him. She was trying to explain to Dame, like, I don't want to, you know what I'm saying, be a part of this little agenda they trying to make me do. You know what I'm saying? I don't really like dude like that to be. I gotta be up under him. I can't date nobody else. We gotta fake married, be married, have kids. You know what I'm saying? That type of shit. And you know, Dame and Aaliyah had a bond. So Dame basically started really like catching feelings for Aaliyah and wanted her. They like as far as like to the extent of getting married and all that. So Dame knew what was going on, and because the people, behind the scenes had this certain agenda, and the leader wasn't trying to be with it. You know what I'm saying? You know how it go, like, it's like either get down or lay down. You know what I mean? You gonna get with the agenda or you gotta go. So that definitely he know exactly about that. He know about the agenda. He kind of talked Aaliyah out of it, and because he talked her out of it, she ended up, having a plane crash.
So would it be safe to say that it seems like Dane knew what was going on when all this took place? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm sure he know the game. You sign up, you don't follow the lead, and that's it.
There hasn't been one day since she's passed, not one, for 28 years, that I haven't either heard her name, heard her record, or seen a picture of her every single day she's present in my life, and I feel lucky for that.
No, you're gonna feel bad about it anyway. You know what I'm saying? Because it was somebody that you was in love or lust with or whatever you want to call it. But at the end of the day, he taking it real hard, and you see it's a different kind of guilt on his face whenever he talk about it. And that's why in my mind I was always like, man, it seemed like something is, and I don't think that Dane is really a really bad guy like that. You know what I'm saying? But it's just something about the way he responded that made me kind of think something was kind of fishy with that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Just like Aaliyah uncle, dude Barry Hankerson I was telling you about. He did the publicity stunt with saying publicly, making it seem like Aaliyah married Rkelly. He was part of the agenda with Jay-Z too, because that would have made her bigger again, created a lot of publicity and controversy around her, and it would have helped them, the people behind Jay-Z would have helped them put him in a more influential position, because it's like, when you got that girl in the industry, like, that's who the culture looking up to, is he the man. He got the badge, he the man. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just imagery. They control minds with words and imagery. You know what I'm saying? And that's like right now he got Beyonce. He looked like the man ever since he had Beyonce. But it was like an arrangement too, where if Rkelly would have went with the agenda, they was gonna line him up with Beyonce. So, it didn't work. He didn't follow the agenda. So, Aaliyah had to go, and then they basically had to line Jay-Z and Beyonce up as a business arrangement to make them both look like she got the richest dude ever, and she the baddest. He looked like he the man. He the guy, to look up to, because he got the baddest broad or whatever.
Yeah, man, they just moving him around like pieces to a board game.
It's all chess to them. Like, they the person behind the chessboard, and Jay-Z just the king on the board, and Beyonce just the queen on the board. But at the end of the day,
No, I don't think he's no informant. He ain't no informant. Like I said, I wasn't in jail with Robert, but in my opinion, I don't believe that Robert said a lot of these things. That's why Bruce was right. Just, can he stop speaking on certain things? That's all. Because if you claim you think you got shot because of you speaking out on Jay, then what you think would happen to Robert if you claiming that Robert said all these things? If you claiming you got hurt over you speaking on it, same thing. But no, Ronnie Bo ain't no informant. You can't put stuff like that out there on people. And I think that's the problem with a lot of stuff now, that people so comfortable with saying certain things about people. You gotta really be careful, and if you do say these things, you gotta put allegedly in the front of it, because you can really get people hurt out here with saying stuff like people informants or people rats. See, I don't know where a lot of y'all come from, but I was born and raised in Chicago, raised in Philadelphia all my life, in the hood, in the streets, and very proud of it, proud where I came from. But where I came from saying people those things is a no. You don't say those things about people unless it's true. Because you can literally get somebody seriously hurt. You never know who watching these videos. You never know who's in jail with people. You never know who knows who. Like, just because a lot of people on this internet run their mouth and talk about what they gonna do to people and these fake beefs, you got real people that's about their business that stay silent and move in silence. And you won't even never expect the person doing what they're doing because they ain't talking about it. They're not letting the internet know. So you just got to be careful when you put in those type of jackets on people's names. That's not true. Now, because a person's talking a lot, you can just be like, they talking too much. But that don't make a person informant because they out here could be possibly clout chasing, could be possibly just trying to get the new thing now is clout chasing. But that don't make a person an informant. You really got to be careful when y'all saying stuff like that, especially about people that's from the hood and from the streets. That's why I'm surprised that he let this blogger put these titles out here saying that Jay-Z shot him and all of that. I'm surprised that he's even going in conversation about Aaliyah, Jay-Z, Damon Dash, because again, when I interviewed Ronnie, y'all can go back and watch the interview on my channel. He never spoke of stuff like that with me. And when I see him go to other platforms after me, and I see them trying to go in that narrative, I felt like it was messed up because I'm like, many things that y'all could talk to him about if y'all actually researched him prior to him coming on y'all platforms. You could have asked him about the courts of human rights and how it's better to go there than trying to sue the government at the government, and how the MDC, a lot of people, family members or people family members, could have been in there during the time that they was treating them inhumane treatments, and how dirty it was and how they wasn't letting them wash up. And that's probably the main reason a lot of them was getting COVID, and Robert got tuberculosis and all of that. Now that's what I was interested in. All that other stuff, no. But see, what I'm interested in wasn't going to get as many views as people saying stuff like they think Jay-Z shot him, or Rkelly ex cellmate exposes what really happened to Aaliyah, and Damon Dash no. See, that's going to get 300,000 views. Like, what Rkelly cellmate said about Aaliyah? Because the first thing people going to think is, oh, Rkelly told him what really happened. So people going to run to click that video and watch it. But again, like Bruce said, his brother's still in jail, and he don't want nothing happening to his brother before even coming home. And if you think that Jay-Z did something to you, why would you not think he could do something to Robert? That's common sense.
Hey, they all pieces. They just just a part of the game. They being played, and at any time, you can sacrifice a piece of chess. You know what I'm saying? It's all chess to them.
Because I ain't never heard that Robert was supposed to be with no Beyonce. I ain't never heard of that. Ever. So this is definitely the first time I'm hearing that. Now, I told y'all that Jay-Z was with Aaliyah before Damon Dash, and Damon Dash admitted that a lot of times. He said they both was chasing after her. But whatever happened with the whole Beyonce thing, and Damon Dash wound up getting her for whatever reason that was. But they say that Beyonce gave her up to Jay-Z. Mr. Knows and Damon Dash started dealing with Aaliyah. But let's not forget, Damon Dash was a cheater. When Aaliyah passed away, Damon Dash had one of his baby moms was pregnant. He had got a whole chick pregnant. So when he tried to make it seem like him and Aaliyah was so perfect when she passed away, no, they were not. That whole thing, she was rushing back home to Damon Dash. That's a lie. They was beefing around that time. He had a whole chick pregnant. So he wanted to make it seem like he the good guy by making it seem like she was coming home to him. And I forget the guy name, the artist who sent Aaliyah his plane, but what's his name? The one who filmed the video. He took the damn plane when they sent another plane for Aaliyah to get on. What's his name? The one that filmed the whole video. And he did a lot of producing, filming in Robert's. Y'all know what I'm talking about. The one who filmed, the one who did all the production for Aaliyah, for Rock the Boat and everything, right before she died. Whatchamacallit sent another plane. But Aaliyah wound up getting on that smaller plane. And the one who did all the filming, he got on the plane that whatchamacallit sent for Aaliyah. Because the pilot was already saying it was too much luggage. And her security was big. So it also put a lot of extra weight on that plane. But instead of for the pilot saying, look, we're not going nowhere. I'm not flying this plane with it being over captivity. I'm sorry. Yeah, Hype Williams. He took that plane. I can't think of the guy name who sent that plane. What is his name? It'll come to me. When they was complaining about that, the plane was too full of captivity. It was too full. Went above the weight. Whatchamacallit sent up extra plane, and Hype Williams took the plane, and he got on that. That's why he didn't die, because he rode on the plane that and I can't think of that guy name. The plane that he sent, and all the rest of them got on that other plane with Aaliyah. Only I think 2 dancers and one other, I think wardrobe, was on that plane with Hype Williams. And Hype Williams was in love with Aaliyah too, as they say. That he was jealous of her and them dad's relationship, and he was jealous that Aaliyah didn't want him, but they said he was in love with her too. So why wouldn't you let her get on the plane that was sent for her? Even though, see, a lot of them pilots, they were so head over heels over celebrities and celebrity money, just like Kobe Bryant. Like they said, that pilot shouldn't have never flew that plane, knowing that the plane wasn't it wasn't the correct inspection, that it didn't pass inspection the last couple times. It was things that he was intoxicated and the weather was bad. But because it was Kobe Bryant and Kobe had to be where he had to be at a certain time, he wanted that money, so I'm gonna still fly this plane, even though it was red flags telling you, listen, Kobe, you're gonna have to be late. I'm sorry, but I'm not about to put these other people and your daughter in danger. But nope, a lot of these pilots do this when it comes to celebrities. When they're ready to go, and when they're ready to go, they gotta move right then and there because they getting paid that big money, and they jump like these celebrities is God. And pilots have put their own life in danger just for the celebrity. Like look at Kobe Bryant pilot. Not only did all them people lost their life, but he lost his life too. When all he had to do was tell Kobe, listen, you're gonna be late. It's like cancer. The weather is bad. No, that's it. then for him to go up there knowing he was intoxicated was even more crazy. But the same thing with Aaliyah. When he told him that it was too full, it was over the weight captivity, he should have said, no, we're not going nowhere. But because it was Aaliyah, because she was tired, she's filming all day, she's going back and forth from Miami, and then now she's trying to go home. That was younger at that time, but he was the one who was worked down there where you load the luggage and get people luggage, and now he's older, and he spoke about it a couple years ago that Aaliyah looked like she was like a little drowsy or something like that. He said, and at one point they had to actually like pick her up and like put her on the plane. He tried to say like she looked drugged or something. And I think it was multiple times that he said the pilot said it was too much luggage. Like it was everything was the film production luggage, and I don't understand that either. If Hype Williams got on a separate plane, why he didn't take all of that film stuff on that plane? But it was all the cameras, all the film production products, then employee, all of their luggage, then all of Leah's luggage. Why didn't the pilot just say, no, certain people gotta stay back. Y'all just gotta wait. That's it. I'm not putting nobody's life in danger. Look how little that all of that wait. And just to know how they burned up, even more crazy. It was multiple bodies, people bodies with different arms, legs, and stuff over there, over here, over there. Some of them still burnt up. Like it's just crazy to me. I think about that with Kobe Bryant's plane too. Like they say, when a plane is coming down, some people lose their life early because of the amount of pressure going down. Because all I think is like that they going through all that alive, the plane going down, the fire, I don't know. It's just crazy to me. But again, for pilots to put these people's lives in danger, knowing that it's a security breach uh is not safe, just say no. I'm not doing it. I don't care how mad the celebrity gets. But Hype Williams took that other plane, which was sent for Leah, and that's why to this day he was alive. She wasn't. That's what the guy said, the Jamaican guy. He was younger at that time, but he's older now. I think he came out either 2 or 3 years ago. And he said that when they was putting Aaliyah on there, she was like drugs. The only thing I also heard was that she didn't like planes either. And that sometimes she would take, I guess, like a sleeping medicine or something so that she could sleep throughout the flight. So I was thinking maybe it was that. But when he said they had to like carry her on there, I didn't understand that part. And I'm like, well, he was younger. Maybe he seen it the wrong way or something. I don't know. But he was there. He was one of the people that was in charge of putting their luggage and all that on there. And he said he just remembered that she was like out of it. And they had to actually, like, my thing is, why would they drug her to put her on a plane to also unalive themselves? That doesn't make any sense. That don't make sense. Like, all of them that got on that flight, they all passed away. So I don't see them drugging her to put her on a plane like as if they trying to hurt her, when in reality they all passed away. Yep, that's who it is. Lenny Travis. There we go. Thank you. Who said that? Tracy. Thank you. Yep, that's what I was talking about. Yep, he sent the plane because that the other plane was too much weight. So that was so nice of him to send that plane for Aaliyah and for Hype Williams to still let her get on that plane. That's why the conspiracies is that they unalived Aaliyah because Hype Williams and a few others dancers, and I think one of the wardrobe guys was alive, but all the other dancers, her makeup artist, her assistant, her bodyguard, all of them passed away. That's why the conspiracy is, oh, Hype Williams knew, and that's why he made sure he got on a separate plane. Like the other dancers, it was calm as far as waiting. They wasn't with getting on there when the man said it was too overweight. They was good with waiting for the other plane to come. And I'm like, why would y'all not express to Aaliyah like she should have been the number one priority? Like if it's not for her, none of y'all get paid. None of y'all would be irrelevant. So why wouldn't y'all put her as top priority? Like, no, Aaliyah, you get on this plane and let's put some other luggage over here. And if some of us just gotta wait for another plane, that's cool. But why are we putting her on a plane that's overweight? And then why is all of y'all trying to get on here knowing it's overweight and then put all your luggage? Like nobody thought to say, put some of that luggage on Hype Williams in the plane, or let's just wait for another flight. Like I don't get it. I really don't. I don't. And why would you take the plane that Lenny Travis sent and not put Aaliyah on there? Why didn't she want to get on that plane with Hype Williams? And then, if we believe the Jamaican guy, he said that Aaliyah was like out of it. So maybe she didn't have wasn't aware enough to even make a choice to get on the other plane. Because again, she was like Robert. She didn't like planes. So they said she would always like take medicine and go to sleep and stuff, like Benadryls and stuff like that. Because I don't see them drugging her. The conspiracy drug her or unalive her when they all unalive themselves too. That don't make sense. Only thing I can think of that is that she just don't like planes, and she could have took a Benadryl too, or some type of sleeping medicine, and it might have hit her fast before boarding, and that's probably why people see that she was like kind of out of it. But having to carry her on the plane is crazy. But I would never get over that with Hype Williams. I'm sorry. I would never get over that with him. Like that plane wasn't sent for you. That plane was sent for Aaliyah. How do you get on that one? And the scary part, why people believe in the conspiracy, is because Barry Hankerson signed that document the day before and said that Black Run Records is not responsible if something happens to Aaliyah on a plane, in a car, or while she's in Jamaica. When she did the video shoot in the water, that was on there. If anything happened to her in the water doing the video, that Black Run Records is not responsible. Now, who gets the document typed up like that the day before your niece is to fly out to do these video shoots that you claim? Because remember, Aaliyah didn't want to go to Jamaica and Miami. That was the label's idea for her to do the water in Miami. They had to come all the way over to Jamaica. She didn't want to do all that. That's why Barry Hankerson say he regrets her going out there to do the video. That's his only regret. But the day before she leaves, you type up that type of document as if you knew something was going to take place. And that's how he got the $90 million, because he put it all on the airline that was in charge of that jet. And he claimed that if she would have lived to like older age, the millions of dollars that she would have made with being an actor, singer, that's why he won the settlement of the 90 million. And he practically owned her. But just to put that document up there is crazy to me. The day before. Like as if you wish this on her or something. Like, damn. It's crazy. And if Aaliyah was out of it, then that's probably why she didn't even know. Well, I don't know. I think she had to know about Lenny sending the plane, because that was the whole reason why he sent the plane. Because the pilot was saying that that jet was too overcrowded. And he just so happened his plane was available. So she had to be aware then.
Strategy and agendas are lined up. You know, if you don't get with the program, you
Yeah, he was mad in love with her.
So do you think that
The thing. That's why I think my whole thing was, why didn't she get on that plane with Hype Williams? Like, why she didn't want to ride with him in that plane? That's what gets me too.
you believe that, well, according to what Rkelly said, that the Jay-Z and Beyonce marriages was what they call it, arranged?
See what he said? See what he said? According to what Rkelly said. So he making it seem like Rkelly told him these things about Jay-Z and Beyonce in the marriage. He said, according to what Rkelly said. You said Kobe's situation was deeper. He was supposed to be testifying against Big Pharma. But they did say that Kobe was very persistent. Like, if he had somewhere to go, and because that was a big day for his daughter and that basketball game, that's why a lot of them parents. See, I understand a conspiracy if it's just like, I mean, I understand, yeah, the conspiracy if it was just like Kobe passed to his daughter. But all of them parents passed of the children that played basketball with his daughter. The assistant coach, the coach of the basketball team. That's why the conspiracy don't really add up to me, because so it was supposed to be all of them was supposed to pass away. Like, the parents was going to get there another way, but Kobe had invited them. Oh, come on, get on the jet, because y'all know LA traffic is crazy. So the only way they would have got there on time is with the jet. And the mom just so happily stayed back with the other girl so that the parents could get on the plane, and an assistant coach and a coach, because again, they had a big basketball game that day. I think it was the championship. So that's why I don't really agree with the conspiracy, because again, everybody just talks about Kobe and Gianna losing their life, but all of those parents, you got some of them kids that I think it was 3 kids on the plane, but the other kids that don't have mom or dad, and that other that guy who has to raise his other kids, his wife passed. The coach, her husband is left with his children and no wife. Like that. That's why I don't really believe the conspiracy when it comes to Kobe, because it's like, well, if it was meant for them to do something to Kobe, why did all of them other people lose their life? It's crazy. But they said Kobe was very persistent because of LA traffic. Like, that's why he took the jet so much back and forth to the kids' games and stuff like that, because he didn't want to deal with the whole traffic of LA. And Gianna and her basketball team, that was like a routine for them to get the plane and go over to the stadium when they had games, and he would take the coach and assistant coach. But this time, the parents he invited because they were running late. But there's a lot of videos and pictures where he would take his daughter teammates and him and the coach on a plane to go over to the stadium when they had games. But this was like the first time all the parents went.
Yeah, so that goes right into what I was just explaining. Definitely was arranged. Like she don't really want to be there.
And you know what? It makes sense because that's why she's so disrespectful. Like, how would you feel if your wife made a song, "You Must Don't Know About Me, I Can Find Another Man in a Minute," blah, 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 all that, and you married? I understand it's entertainment, but still, just certain things shouldn't come out your mouth. And then the other thing is, Beyonce had an interview with Oprah Winfrey, and she was speaking about saying that, like, you got to do your own thing. It's like, she just didn't sound like she's really committed or dedicated to a marriage, and it always look and feel like a business deal, even all the way down to how they like exploit your daughter. You got your daughter on stage doing that. Like, ain't no way in the world is my daughter getting on stage doing that mess. Whether my wife do it or not, I'm not allowing my daughter to do that. And it's like, I think that I would want to protect my daughter from that lifestyle, at least until she decided to do it on her own. She's too young to make those kind of decisions.
No, Beyonce already training her daughter up to that whole business. When they had her at the Grammys with a damn push-up bra on, was out of pocket for me. I'm sorry, that was out of pocket. She only 11, and you actually put a push-up bra on her to make her things sit up. That was too much for me. Like, what? She is 11. Why do you have a push-up bra on her and a dress where as though you actually can see that her chest is like sitting up like a grown woman? Like, what? I feel so bad for a lot of them industry kids, because you gotta think they come into a lifestyle that they can't even, like, they don't gotta say. They just born into it. Like the cameras, the paparazzi, they will forever have to have security, because they, like, out the womb, they already a celebrity. And I thought that Beyonce was going to be more different with Blue Ivy, but no, it seemed like to me she's more protecting the twins than Blue Ivy. Like, she don't really bring them out too much. He be having them at the games and stuff, but no, I think that it's a wrap for Blue Ivy. She's gonna be just like her mother. She's gonna be an industry kid. Period, point blank. Ain't no way around it. And I'm surprised that Jay-Z even let her wear that push-up bra. Like, what was y'all thinking? Like, I don't understand that. And if everybody paid attention at the Grammys, y'all don't remember when he said, and I want to make a shout out to this young lady. I don't want to put her on the spot, but she's always got what did he say? She got more Grammys than anybody, but for some reason she can't get album of the year. Talking about Beyonce. Why would he call her? Oh, they must be going through something. You don't address your wife as, oh, let me speak on this young lady. I would have even understood if he said, my beautiful children's mother, but this young lady, not my wife. And we all seen what happened to Diddy when he tried to go having that little speech at the Grammys about awards and all of that. So I think that Jay-Z shouldn't have spoke on that because, again, them people is a whole different lane, and they get known. You ain't coming up in their domain talking about this and that or acting like you running stuff. They'll sit you right down. And it seemed like to me, right after Diddy got that Grammy and them awards, here come all of the bullcrap. And that was the same night that Diddy shouted out Cassie. He shouted out his chief of director. He shouted out TD Jakes, his lawyer. And then he said at the end, oh, and shout out to Cassie. She was with me when through the hard times. And right after that, here come all these allegations. Here come all these lawsuits. You talking about Kobe's? Because what I didn't understand was when people went over to the site, well, you can't really say that though, because if it was a fire, and the way they said that the fire was, then the sad part is a lot of them bodies would have been being burnt up. So I think that's why a lot of people were saying that they couldn't find Kobe body or Gianna's.